everyone! Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah. Is that over now? Right? I think, because last week was day 2, so it must be over now. Yeah, that's how math works. Hope everyone who celebrated had a happy Hanukkah. Welcome. We got a lot to do today. Not a lot, but we do have a few things. I was weighing whether or not to wait for the reveal for the final 10 nominees until next week when we do the actual bracket, but I think we'll just go through the nominees now. The poll just ended at 7 o'clock, so hopefully you all got your votes in. Not just for this, but also for the album of the year. So we're gonna look at it, because I have an idea. I mean, I've been looking throughout the week, so I could see the results. You guys couldn't see the results, but I could see the results throughout the week. So I know who... It was the bottom 2 in the top 10 that were a little... I didn't know who those might be, so I've been holding off on doing any sort of slides or anything for the bottom 2. But everyone else, I think, was pretty secure throughout the whole thing. Especially the top 3 people were the top 3 people the entire time. Like, day 1, as soon as the votes started coming in, they were the people that stayed at the top throughout this entire little week. But here it is. So, number 1, Hayley Williams. Hayley's been number 1 the whole time. 91 votes. Didn't really move. Chappell Roan, Lily Allen, they've been the top 3 pretty much the whole time. That makes sense to me. I was very glad that Hayley was number 1, because she was the one that I wanted to put into the bracket the most. But I was like, I don't know, I'm gonna let other people decide, because I was like, she's primarily been in a band. This is her first, real solo venture. I mean, she did have 2 solo albums prior to this, but that was during the pandemic, so those weren't, full eras. This is the first time she's had her own era, and she's also indicated that she's not really interested in having any more solo eras after this, that she just wants to be, I think she said she wants to be in 100 bands before she dies, and obviously Paramore is still going, so I was like, I don't know, would she be considered a fully fledged pop girly, a pop star, a solo pop star, or is she just a pop musician who's in bands that make pop music or pop adjacent music? I don't know. I was gonna let you guys decide, but I'm glad that decision was made. I am happy to have her in the bracket. Chappell Roan also makes total sense to me. The only reason she wasn't in the top 22 for me was just because there weren't a whole lot of releases from her this year. She only released 2 songs, and they were both songs that she had already kind of released previously, but just in live form. So I was like, not a huge year for Chappell. And then Lily was just such a late addition that I was like, I don't know. And she released the 1 album, but she hasn't really done that much live performances or anything other than just now the SNL performances. So I was up in the air about that one, but I'm very glad to see her here in the top 3 of this list. Then we've got Lorde, Zara Larsson, Jade, Carly Rae Jepsen, and then what's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so yeah, Marina made it. It was between Marina, Ray, and then Hilary Duff for a minute was up there too. But so yeah, I guess we got Hayley, Chappell, Lily, Lorde, Zara, Jade, Carly Rae Jepsen, Kesha, Billy, and Marina beat out Ray. Sorry, Ray, and also sorry, Hilary. If I were to have made this list, I think I probably would have kept this roughly the same. I might have switched out Carly Rae Jepsen, though, for Lola Young. And obviously I love Carly Rae, but just again, in terms of the musical output this year, she really only released the Emotion bonus tracks things for the 10th anniversary edition. So I was like, she hasn't released that much music. But she did get married and she's pregnant, so there's been updates in her personal life. But I probably would have swapped her out for Lola Young just because I think Lola has really exploded this year. But this makes sense to me. I think these all work as far as I'm concerned. Sorry Ray didn't get it in a second year, because I did kind of regret not putting her on the first Pop Girly bracket, but you know what? There's next year. Especially because I think she'll probably have an album out by the time we get to the next Pop Girly bracket, so we'll see you next year, maybe, Ray. And then we also did have, well, if we go down here, we can see who got voted the least. So those are all in the 30s. We get to the 20s here. Slater with 27, Lil Nas X, Renee Rapp, Tyla, Conan Gray, Lana Del Rey at 17, Heidi Montag, 16, Mariah Carey, 14, Somber, 12, and then Benson Boone, 10, Rihanna, 8, Role Model, 8, Jennifer Lopez, 7, Justin Bieber, 5, and then the two lowest, we've got Ed Sheeran and Lizzo. Yeah. For separate reasons, I guess. Ed Sheeran, just kind of like, eh. Lizzo, just kind of like, okay, I'm over it. So yeah, that all makes sense to me. Then if we go back, do I have a link here? I'll just go to my profile. And then our albums of the year. Addison and Mayhem tied for first. Then Hayley Williams, Ego Death at a Bachelorette Party. I mean, this is kind of, I would put them in a different order, but these are my top 3 albums of the year. Man's Best Friend, West End Girl, Fancy That, Eusexua, Lord, Virgin, Willoughby Tucker, I'll Always Love You, Jade, That's Showbiz, and the encore as well. Lux, Bad Bunny. I would have expected Bad Bunny to have been higher, and maybe even Rosalia to be higher, but okay. Florence and the Machine, Kesha, a whole bunch. I mean, there's a lot of albums here. Oh yeah, Life of a Showgirl did not do very well, did it? Demi Lovato also didn't do super well. And then there were some down here that didn't get any votes. Selena didn't get any. Role Model, Mariah Carey, Lizzo, Karol G, Justin Bieber, Jessie Murph, Destin Conrad, Coco Jones. I'm pretty sure these two other people suggested that I put on the list. So some of you suggested this and then didn't vote for it. But okay. Yeah, there were a lot of options on that poll, but I gave you 5. But yeah, there were a lot. But I wanted to be as inclusive as possible because, you know, the Pop Girly bracket is a little bit more narrow. Like, we don't have any groups in the bracket, which is why, like, Cat's Eye didn't get included in the bracket, but I wanted there to be some sort of representation for the stragglers that didn't quite make it. But anyway, moving on, we do have some updates to go through before we get to our flop bracket, just because there were just some things that happened. I do have some unfortunate news. Unfortunately, Mr. Marbles has passed. He was 17 years old. Beautiful little chihuahua. But, you know, I lived a beautiful life. 17 years. Chihuahuas live forever, man. But rest in peace, Mr. Marbles. Mr. Marbles. Marbles. He was such a little cutie. It is crazy. I mean, I feel like I don't know when I started watching Jenna Marbles, but I think it's crazy that that dog was still alive this year. Because it feels like he's been alive for forever. Then also another sad passing of sorts. Lorde has officially announced that she cannot get into her Onion Rings review Instagram account. So rest in peace to the Onion Rings account. That's a bummer too. I did also want to update on this because I saw this earlier today, and I did name Timothée Chalamet one of the honorary pop girlies, which I would say is maybe one of the most controversial honorary pop girlies, because I know a lot of people are finding him very annoying recently, which I do understand, because he definitely has, there's a level of ego, for sure, but it's like, he's putting in the marketing, like, no one's really doing it like him in terms of selling these fucking tickets, especially for Marty Supreme. He has been going all in, and here he is on the top of the Sphere in Las Vegas. I'm gonna have to mute it at a certain point because there's some copyrighted music, but like, I can't believe this, man.
Marty Supreme is an American film that comes out on Christmas Day, 2025.
Look at him up there. He's like yelling too. He keeps yelling, but he's mic'd, so it's he's yelling and it's just crystal clear in the microphone. But look at how did he even get up there? How do they do that? Did they have to like drop him down from like a helicopter? I don't even understand how you would get. Because that's all like, those are all individual screens. Each part of the Sphere is like its own tiny little screen just over and over again. So there's no way you could climb up it and there's no ladder. How the fuck did he get up there? You can see him kind of like breathe heavy too. He looks maybe a little scared, which I would be too. Yeah, he looks scared as fuck. But he did what he had to do. Yeah, see, look at all those are all just screens. God. Marty Supreme Christmas Day. How did he get up there? Oh yeah, maybe there is a maintenance hatch inside. But why would there be? Do other people need to get up there? And then we have some other news that it's not gonna affect us. It maybe won't affect anything at all. Possibly, because this could just be like a negotiation thing. But in the coming year, because I think they're pulling out January something. January 17th. The Billboard charts are gonna maybe be looking really different. So YouTube has decided to pull its music data from the Billboard charts because it says it doesn't like its ranking formula. Because I guess it has something to do with the way that they rank paid streams versus ad-supported streams. I'm not totally sure. I think, from my understanding, a lot of people think that this is maybe just a negotiation thing that YouTube wants Billboard to change something about its algorithm next year, or to not change something that Billboard is planning to change. I'm not totally sure, but I don't know what's gonna happen at this point. It's definitely gonna affect the charts in terms of not just the things that are on the charts, but in terms of whether or not Billboard is seen as like the definitive chart to look at for just commercial success data. You know, it maybe will kind of decentralize how we calculate what song is a success, maybe. The thing that I'm the most worried about is the way that this might de-incentivize music videos being made. Because already music videos aren't a super profitable art form, but they are somewhat profitable in the way that if a music video stream on YouTube does count as a music stream, which does impact charts. So if an artist has a really big music video, that will help their place on the Billboard Hot 100. But if the music videos aren't being counted anymore, then that won't matter. And that's the thing that I'm really worried about, because I'm a big fan of the music video. So I really kind of hope that this does not happen. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. And then some other big news. Miss Gaga has finally fucking announced, oh my god, why is this not loading? Has finally announced, oh my god, photo by Lady Gaga. Stop. Has finally announced the Harlequin live tape film thing that she did last year. So if you don't know, last year when she released Harlequin the album, which was like a jazz-ish album that was in support of the Joker 2 movie, but it's not like a soundtrack, it's a separate album that Gaga did for her character, Harley Quinn. She released the album and then she did this, it's a secret late night performance at LA's Belasco. She did like a secret performance. One of the performances was on Jimmy Kimmel Live, which one of her best performances ever. It was one of my like top streamed videos on YouTube. My top streamed like music videos was that performance from Jimmy Kimmel Live, and I've always wanted her to put it onto streaming on like Spotify. I'm really hoping that when she releases this film that maybe that will happen. But the rest of the performances, because she did the entire album, the rest of the performances have never been seen. It was reported at the time that they had been filmed, but we just never knew when the film was coming out. Most of us assumed that she had just moved on and forgotten about it. I kind of thought that maybe because of the flop of Joker 2, maybe she was embarrassed to put the special out. I'm not sure. It seemed like she just kind of moved on from the Harlequin era immediately. She has since said, because she did an entire interview with Variety, she said that they wanted to wait because they wanted like the lore to build up and for fans to get like excited about it, which I guess it kind of happened. What I really suspect happened though is that they were timing it intentionally for the Grammy push, because she's nominated for Album of the Year at the Grammys for Mayhem, but then she's also nominated for Best Traditional Pop Vocal Album for Harlequin. And when they premiered it the other night at the Grammy Museum. I kind of think that maybe that premiere at that particular venue at this particular time was a part of Gaga's plan to like really campaign for those Grammy wins. That's kind of why I think that she pushed it to now instead of releasing it last year, but I don't know. Maybe what she's saying is true, that she wanted the lore to build up. That's very possible. But I'm very excited about it because it's going to premiere. They did the showing at the Grammy Museum. It's going to come out for the public on Christmas Eve at 4 p.m. Pacific time, which would be 7 p.m. Eastern time. So Christmas Eve on YouTube. Totally free. Don't have to get any sort of subscription service for anything. Just YouTube. Her YouTube channel. I love that. I don't understand why more artists don't do that. Don't just put stuff on YouTube. I get that, like, for sure other streaming services will pay you more. But also, I feel like if you want the most attention, if you want publicity, put it onto YouTube. Put it onto, like, the most accessible platform that there is. And you do still get money for it, you know? You'll still get the AdSense or whatever. but it's also like you'll get some money from it and you'll get way more attention, which is ultimately what all of these famous people want, is just a lot of attention. But YouTube is making some big moves recently anyway, because there's the Billboard thing that they might be separating from Billboard completely. But also on top of that, they're going to be doing the Oscars in 2029 exclusively. It's not even a simulcast. In 2029, YouTube will be the home of the Oscars, which is insane and kind of cool, but also very weird. And I wish for the Oscars, I think it's just kind of odd. I wish it was like the VMAs or the Grammys or something with music where people could get a little bit more risque, where we could, you know, lighten up the censorship a little bit more. The Oscars, it's like, what does that matter? They're not performing during the award show, so like, I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, it's in 2029, so we'll see how that goes. But then this was also kind of funny. So this is the poster as it is now. This was posted about 30 minutes after the original post, because the original post on Instagram had a pretty remarkable typo in the poster. I feel very, very bad for whoever made the poster and fucked up like that. I at first was like, is that a clue? Is this like a Taylor Swift style Easter egg or something? Are we supposed to get something out of this I before you thing? But then no, they deleted that post after a little bit and re-uploaded it with the correct spelling. But like, how did that, nobody noticed? Nobody was like, oh fuck, we spelled the name of the album wrong. Whatever. I'm just happy that I'm getting it. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Gaga. I love you. And then she did an interview with Zane Lowe recently, and also this Variety Q&A, and it sounds like she is working on new music pretty actively. She's apparently setting up recording studios in her hotel rooms while on tour. And the last time that Gaga was writing and recording an album while on tour was when she was making Born This Way. So, you know, maybe we're getting another Born This Way. I don't know. Or perhaps we're getting the long rumored, and not even long, it's been rumored for a few months, that there might be a deluxe edition for Mayhem called Total Mayhem, which I would love that too. I would love anything. I'm just so happy that she's so active again and so hungry. Oh, that's my lady. Thank you, mother. Oh my god. I really, really hope we get the live album on streaming. That would be really incredible for me. And then I do also want to just mention Ariana Grande's SNL hosting from the other night, because it was very good. I think of all the pop girlies that have hosted this year, including my girl, including Gaga, and also including Sabrina Carpenter, who is, of course, a very funny comedic actress as well. I do think that Ariana has had the best night. And that's not totally shocking, because she had the show right before Christmas, which is usually the show that, like, SNL puts their whole pussy into. So this is not shocking. But she was very, very good. Just so good. Oh, I know. Yeah, Ariana introducing Cher as Antonio. I had to rewind it and watch it again, because I thought it was so fucking funny. Ladies and gentlemen, a Cher. So good. And I was like, oh, so they must be doing an Antonio sketch next. And they weren't. She just dressed like that just to introduce Cher. It was so good. And then, yeah, it was Bowen's last show. So that was also very sentimental and also sad. I teared up a little in his final sketch. I have seen a lot of people on Twitter mentioning the fact that, like, it is a little weird that Bowen got that whole, like, farewell sketch that quite a lot of cast members do not get when they leave. Yeah. And I also have much to say about their casting decisions for this last season. Not just this last season, for the last few seasons. They need to get rid of Michael Che and Colin Jost. Like, every year that passes where those two men are on the show still is a travesty. And it's nothing against them as individuals. I don't really care. But we need something new. We need Lorne gone, too. We need a new showrunner. We need new head writers. We need a new Weekend Update. And we also need some black women. It is absolutely fucking absurd that they have no black women on the cast anymore. Especially because that really limits the amount of, like, pop culture events that they can even address. They just have to put Kenan Thompson into a wig. Again. Because they don't have any black women to play black women. I can't believe in the year 2025 that we've gotten back to that point. And I know in some ways I shouldn't be surprised because we've regressed so much in the last year anyway. But it's just like, did you not find it so much more convenient to have cast that could represent people in the public sphere? Why do you want to be missing something that would actually just be helpful for you in writing your sketches? It doesn't make any sense to me. But whatever. Yeah, they also have no Latina or Asian women either. That's true. But I feel like black women make up such a huge part of popular culture that it's like, I mean, what are they gonna do? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter now because they're on a break until mid-January, but for sure at this point they would probably want to spoof like Nicki Minaj and her Turning Point USA thing. They wouldn't be able to do that unless they put Kenan Thompson into a wig again. I don't get it. But anyway, here's Ariana doing Katy Perry very well.
Dylan and Katy Perry.
Baby, on a Christmas tree.
It's a Christmas tree.
What you wanna say?
It's in space.
Yeah, what you wanna say?
It's pretty good. I do think, because she also does a Celine Dion impression, and I think that she's maybe bringing the Celine impression into this a little too much. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone do a Katy Perry impression this successfully, at least with her singing voice. But she was good throughout the whole episode. And it was also very nice to see her be the host, to be there for Bowen's last show. Now, speaking of Katy Perry, Katy is also on our list of flops, so I thought about just putting this into when we talk about her, but I'm gonna separate this from anything Katy's done this year, because this is not her problem. But Russell fucking Brand was at a Turning Point USA event, because that's what he does now. And he brought up Katy for the first time in a long time. He normally doesn't talk about her, and she for sure does not talk about him. But he decided to show some, like, weird possessiveness or ownership over her dating life, because now he's offended that she's dating Justin Trudeau. Isn't he a rapist? Yes. Yes, he is. Among other things.
My ex-wife's parents are here. They're Christians, and I love them. I love Mary.
Yeah, and I don't think enough people are talking about that, by the way. I've seen a lot of people talking about just Russell Brand, talking about Katy, and talking about her relationship with Justin Trudeau. I don't think enough people are talking about the fact that Katy's parents are in the room while he does this. And they're there to support him. And also because they subscribe to this kind of ideology. Katy's parents are huge pieces of shit. And they always have been. So it's not surprising to me that they're in this audience, but it is also still just disgusting to me. I mean, they're super religious. Katie was raised super religious, and that is something that I do think should be kept in mind with some of Katie's more problematic things, that, like, she was dealt a bad hand growing up. Extremely oppressive religious household. Her parents have their own, like, church sermon service thing, and they have, like, called Katie a devil child during their sermons. Katie's mom also at one point wrote a book that was supposed to be, like, a self-help parenting thing about how to deal with a child who was under demonic influence, being in reference to Katie, who they think is under demonic influence. And she has continued to, like, try to have a good relationship with her parents. I think that at some point, girl, you just need to let it go. They don't need to be in your life. And that's okay. But they are still in her life, and apparently they're in Russell's life, too.
Perry, God bless you. Thank you for bringing the message to me. I've got to say, though, look, Katy Perry, I was married to her. I love her still, and I'm glad that her mum's in the room to hear me say this, but look, I was okay with Orlando Bloom. But Justin Trudeau! Come on, man! Don't put me in a category with that guy! That globalist stooge!
You're a rapist. I'm not the biggest fan of Justin Trudeau either. But at least I don't have knowledge of him sexually assaulting anyone. And also, it's none of your business. Just because you were married to her once doesn't mean you get to comment on her future dating life afterward. You weren't even married to her that long. You broke up with her, like, over text message while she was on tour. Ew. Here's another clip, too.
Her ex-wife is now dating Justin Trudeau, a guy who should be deported. Do you think the way that you've turned out, she actually might be the catalyst for people becoming super based?
You think that Katy Perry, well, firstly I would say this, her mother is in the room and I've remained good friends with her father. I've got nothing but good things to say about Katy Perry, or indeed anybody. Justin Trudeau, on the other hand, oh man. The biggest threat to our society are political leaders that have no authentic power, that seem to be operating on behalf of global bureaucracy.
Her ex-wife is now dating Justin Trudeau, a guy who should be deported.
Ay, ay, ay. Just gross. I know, yeah, deported from where? I don't know. I don't even think... He doesn't live here, does he? He lives still in Canada, right? Did he move here? And it's like, you don't even... Maybe Russell probably does have dual citizenship. But Justin, I would assume, is still just in Canada. So, deport him from where? Genuinely. Yeah, he's nasty, though. Now, from one bad ex to another. Well, actually, first, I do have one update just on Lola Young. She did do that. She fainted during a show a couple months ago. She did put out a statement recently just telling everybody that she is okay. She's in a better place, and she said that she hopes to see us all in 2026. So I don't know. She says, I'm hoping to gradually get back to performing and continuing pursuing my dreams. I hope that she takes that slowly, because it seemed like she was having a lot of issues performing. It wasn't even just the fainting thing. There was a whole thing where she would, like, gag on stage. She never threw up, but she would have this, like, automatic reflex to just start gagging while she was on stage because she had so much anxiety. So, yeah, I hope she takes things slow. She also was recently seen at Lily Allen's Christmas party at a strip club. That's fun. What I wouldn't give to have been at that party. But now, speaking of Lily Allen and speaking of bad exes, we do have to check in on Mr. David Harbour. And I want... There are some updates with him. And I'm not going to tell any of you how to feel. Because he does seem like a huge dick. And he did... I would say from the album that was released, I would say it sounds like he was somewhat emotionally abusive to Lily. But I do want to encourage you to have some compassion for him at this moment. Something, too, that I want to kind of re-emphasize. I brought it up when we talked about Lily Allen in the divorce and the album. But I want to re-emphasize here, because there's a part of this story that I think is really, really sad. David Harbour's relationship with Lily was not just a relationship with Lily. He married her, in part, to be a stable father figure for Lily's 2 daughters. That was something he seemed to take very, very seriously. Because, I mean, I showed a clip during the last stream, but I watched several interviews with him, and he brings up those kids frequently. Like, talks about those 2 girls, his stepdaughters, more than he even really talks about Lily. He had a very close relationship with them. He very much did seem to think of them as his own children, as his daughters, in a way that it seemed very genuine and touching to me. Like, he would be in interviews and he would, he would be on the James Corden show where they have, the multiple guests on one couch, and he would be like, I just want to let you know, my daughters are huge, huge fans of yours. Like, he really, really did think of them as his daughters. And I also watched a whole bunch of Instagram lives that he did, because during the pandemic, when everyone was stuck at home, he would Instagram live a lot from his and Lily's house. And, like, the girls would be in some of those Instagram lives. And so sometimes you would see him and Lily and the girls, or, like, it would just be him and one of the girls. And it's like, yeah, the dynamic that they have, that's a father-daughter dynamic. And it seemed like that was really, really important to him. So with this divorce, we have already seen that he's stayed in touch with the girls. He went to Universal Studios with them. Lily has also said that they still text each other, and she doesn't want to get involved in their relationship at all. She wants them to still have a relationship with him, because that's good for their sense of stability. But when they got a divorce, he's technically not their dad anymore. I don't think they finalized the divorce yet, but he never, like, adopted them or anything, so there's no sort of custody dispute between the 2 of them. Lily has custody, and Lily's ex, the father of their children, she's already splitting custody with him. So all David has at this point is visitation. And I think that already was probably pretty devastating to him. That these people who are a huge part of his life are now no longer a part of his life. And then on top of it, all the public scrutiny. And on top of it, the fact that he was a recovered alcoholic who may or may not have relapsed recently. It's not a good situation, and there are 2 main stories that have come from this in the last week. So the first was this Reddit post, which, who's to say, maybe this is just some random person on Reddit, so maybe this story isn't even true. But it does seem like with some later events that this was probably true. So this person said that they went to an AMPM down the street in Vista, California. Man approached the car, so they had the kids stay in while they got out. Man told him they needed to go to Escondido, to the monastery, blah, blah, blah. He started to get aggressive with the man. He then followed him into the gas station or wherever they were, and then started to get even more kind of aggressive. And at one point it said, this Reddit user wrote, "My daughters were pretty scared, so I was calming them down and telling them to stay close and that I wouldn't let anyone touch or hurt them. I thought he was done harassing us until he came into the aisle toward us again, yelling, 'You are not their father, you are not their father.'" So this person said that they thought that the guy looked like David Harbour. They went home later and saw that he had been spotted at a Barnes & Noble and was wearing the exact same outfit, so it was David Harbour. And it's already a very kind of jarring scene, the entire way that this Reddit user describes it. But the part that's the most devastating to me is the "you are not their father, you are not their father," that he's yelling at this man who is a father. I don't know what was going on in David's head. And I also, again, I don't know if this story is true, but I think it likely is. But I feel like there was maybe a reason that that particular sentence was in his brain somewhere. You are not their father. I don't know. It seems a little too specifically related to his own life for that to just be a random sentence that came out of him. So I don't know. But then, so that was the first thing. A lot of people didn't believe this at first when someone first posted it onto Reddit. But then there was something else. TMZ then reported that he had been seen somewhere else in the same 2-day period. He had been seen at a bar where he stole a patron's hat. It says he was captured on video doing some stranger things in Escondido, California over the weekend. The actor appeared to take a man's hat and make a run for it. So they got given this video, this security cam footage or something, but they weren't able to publish it. They were only permitted to view it. So we don't have video ourselves, but someone at TMZ says that they saw this. And really, even if they're not posting the video, if they say that they saw it, TMZ is not just going to lie about something like that, because that will really open them up for a lawsuit. They have to have pretty good evidence that this video does exist. But, so it says, here's what the video shows. David enters the joint and then a short time later runs outside carrying a white cap in his hand. He then looks over his shoulder yelling, "Come on, dude, fucking get me." Then a patron appears to walk after him, putting his hands up in exasperation and saying, "What the fuck did I do to you, dude?" Moments later, a bunch of people, who seemed to know the man missing his hat, filed out of the bar to see what was going on. Then a woman's voice can be heard pleading, "Don't get into a fight," as the man eventually returns to the bar with his hat. We're told nothing got physical between the two, and they went their separate ways. TMZ spoke to an eyewitness at the bar who tells us David walked by the bar with a friend, and the guy with the hat ran out to say hello to him. We're told David's friend told the guy they were meeting up with some girls, but then David said, "No, let's go to this guy's house." Our source says this struck the guy as strange, so he returned back inside the bar. Shortly later, we're told David entered the bar, took his hat, and fled. The witness says David spiked the hat on the ground and asked the group about the Iraq War, then began to get emotional before kneeling down to pray. So, yeah. This is bad. They mentioned the fact that he has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder before, so I don't know, maybe this is just a manic phase. I imagine that it might be a manic phase that's getting also influenced by maybe some alcohol or drug consumption, which would mean that David has broken his 20-year sobriety, which would suck. It's sad. And I guess it's already been announced that he will not be attending the Stranger Things finale, which, I don't like the guy, think he's kind of a dick. But that really sucks. He's been working on that show for years. He was a main character, and now he doesn't get to celebrate the finale with the rest of his cast. You know, and I know there were the things that came out that the Daily Mail reported about, Millie Bobby Brown making some claims against him in a report, but we don't know what the details of that report is. Millie is not said anything against him publicly. She said that she had like a good relationship with him. You know, I don't know. That could all just be them trying to cover up what happened, but I also think that Millie deserves the right to speak on whatever the allegations in that report were herself. And if she's not saying anything against David, I'm not gonna hold anything against him in that regard. In his marriage with Lily, I have some things to say. But with whatever happened on the Stranger Things set, I don't fucking know. And it does suck too that it's like all this came out. He got a lot of scrutiny for the album. He then got a lot of scrutiny for the Stranger Things allegations that we don't even know the details of. We don't even know what the allegations were. And then there were people making a whole thing about that woman who was 29 who died at his apartment, and people were implying a whole bunch of weird stuff about his involvement in that, which it doesn't seem like he was involved at all. So that was weird, really, to me, where I started to feel bad for him. Because I was like, a woman died in his apartment while he wasn't even there. We have no reason to believe he did anything weird to that woman. It seemed like from everything everybody else said who was around the situation, he literally just let her have a place to stay while he was out of town because he felt bad for her. And now he's like getting accused of essentially killing her. Just because a lot of people were all up in arms about this album. Like, you know, it did just kind of suck. So yeah. It sucks. I do think you're an asshole, David, but I'm sorry you're going through that. Hopefully you can get your shit together again. And you know, everybody loves a comeback story. So, good luck to you, David. I did kind of want to look at this a little bit before we do our own flop bracket, because I just thought this was very funny and if a fun kind of way to do things. I don't know if they've ever done anything like this before, but Pitchfork has done 101 things that happened ranked on the Pitchfork scale. So it starts with 0.1 being the worst, which is the Trump elected chair of the Kennedy Center. Oh no, the number one, the 0.0 is ICE recruitment ads taking over streaming services. That also, yeah, that's really bad. And it's not just streaming services. When I was watching SNL the other night, just on NBC, I was like, I can't fucking believe how many ICE ads there are. It felt like every commercial break there was another one. They're everywhere. But it goes all the way up to, like, good things that happened. I haven't gone through this whole thing, and we won't go through the whole thing because it is 101, but number 10 is the No Music for Genocide, which we do love. The Rehearsal's use of Bring Me to Life by Evanescence, also love that. So yeah, this is kind of fun. I feel like if we didn't have plans, it would be fun to go through this entire thing and maybe get mad at Pitchfork a little bit here and there. Because that's always entertaining. Ethel Kane hated my Instagram post. So yeah, that was a fun little listicle they did. This one, I saw this and I was like, oh goddamn. Miss JoJo cannot catch a break. Wait, is it that bad? Really? I mean, the chorus isn't very good, but I just don't think that her cover as a whole is that awful. I think the song in the first place wasn't very good. I wouldn't say that her cover was great, but it wasn't that bad. It needs to be a 1.3. Come on. Nicki Minaj's entire digital footprint, we'll get into some of that. Lizzo quotes Lois Griffin's Substack debut about cancel culture. I didn't even see that. Oh my god, I didn't even read this one. Okay, maybe I'll do that some other time. Okay, anyway, let's get in to our bracket. So we've got, we have 16 nominations because this is literally half the size of the full Pop Girly bracket. So I do want to say, for one thing, don't freak out about who's on the list. Most of this is just here as like a conduit for a conversation about these people's careers. Just the fact that I've included them doesn't mean that they are themselves 100% a flop. We just are gonna have conversations about what their year has looked like and the conversations surrounding them. So no one freak out when they see some of the people on here. But here's the bracket. We've got Justin Timberlake, Katy Perry, Somber, Jojo Siwa, Snoop Dogg, Carrie Underwood, Lizzo, Nicki Minaj, Taylor Swift, Benson Boone, Justin Bieber, Lana Del Rey, Drake, Jessie Murph, Kanye West, and Morgan Wallen. So we're going to go through each one of these. Some of them we're going to spend a little bit more time talking about, especially I have a lot to say about Somber, actually. And then we do also have a bit to say about Nicki, because there are some updates, obviously. And then some of the rest of the people we'll just kind of talk about for like a second. But Somber especially, I have some new things that I have found. So we're going to stay on Somber for a second. We're going to stay on Nicki for a second. The other people will probably move through fairly quickly. We might talk about Taylor for a minute, because obviously she's had quite a year. But for the most part, I think we're going to move through fairly quickly. The thing that I think we should... I don't know exactly what the criteria for, like, number one flop is. For sure, we're voting on, like, it's not a good thing to win flop of the year. It's not like a you flopped, but we're rooting for you kind of thing. It's a you flopped, think about what you've done kind of thing. So where I'm kind of thinking the criteria is for voting is like, did this person do damage to their public image this year? And how significant was that damage? So that's what we will be doing. Unfortunately, because I did want to have the poll up on the screen, it's going to be in the chat, in the YouTube chat, and last year, the poll for whatever reason doesn't stay in the replay, so you can't go back and look at the results of the poll, which fucking sucks. So I wanted to have the poll up on the screen, and I did have, like, a widget from Streamlabs to do that. The same thing that I'm using for the chat on the screen here. But for some reason, it just doesn't work at all with YouTube. It did at one point, and now it doesn't. I tried throughout today. I tried yesterday to try to get it to work. It just will not connect to the YouTube data. It'll, like, show that a poll has been made, but it won't actually track the, it won't track, like, how each candidate is doing on the poll, which makes it completely fucking useless. So, no poll on screen. I'm gonna see if maybe for next week I can find a new way to get a poll on screen. There were some other things where it was like you could do CloudBot, but then it's like not, it was just so much easier to have it just connected to the YouTube poll itself, because I can make the poll in the YouTube chat already, which is what you guys are already typing in. And I didn't want to have to do any sort of like external thing or have any sort of external rules. So this is very annoying. But I might look into some other options for putting a poll on screen. But for today, there won't be one on screen. So I guess I'll just like narrate how each person is doing for the people that watch this in the replay. So first we've got Justin Timberlake. And he didn't really have a super big year, but he did get into like a little bit of, I don't know if you would say scandal, but there was some discourse around his tour, his world tour, the thing that his DUI almost ruined. It says what Justin Timberlake got wrong about touring in 2025. That's already a very nice way to put it, to be like, oh, he just got something wrong. He made a little tiny mistake, you know? He didn't check the vibes well enough. You see clips from the show, the motherfucker's not even singing. That's what he got wrong. And this is too, I remember I played this last time and I was worried that I was gonna get a copyright claim. But I didn't get one, and I think it's because he's not singing, so it's just not getting picked up in the content ID. So here, how do I get the volume? Here's what Justin Timberlake's shows look like at this point. Like, just not singing at all. Just whatsoever. And I saw it, because at first I was like, oh, maybe it's just that one concert, because I saw a whole bunch of clips from this show, and I guess it was raining, and he kept complaining that it was raining. But I don't think that that's really an excuse in and of itself. And then you see other clips from other shows. No, he's doing this at multiple shows. At this one, he just puts the mic on the fucking floor. I got this. What is he doing? Terrible. Yeah, and the outfit is ugly, you're right. Yeah, these are weird fits. And then he like came out with an excuse later saying that he had been diagnosed with Lyme disease, and it's like, well then treat it. It's not, he didn't say that he had chronic Lyme disease, so, which already is like a dubious diagnosis in the first place. It's something that like doctors kind of, it's one of the ways that rich people actually get victimized by the healthcare system, by our for-profit healthcare system, because doctors will like diagnose them with Lyme disease when they probably actually just have something else. It's not like they're not suffering at all. They probably have like fibromyalgia or chronic fatigue syndrome, but they get diagnosed with chronic Lyme, which is something that most medical professionals would say isn't totally real, or it's most often just a misdiagnosis for something else, but then they get onto these specific treatment plans that cost a lot of money, and it is mostly rich people being targeted by those not super legitimate doctors because they have the money to pay for those treatments. So I don't know if he's trying to claim that he has chronic Lyme disease, but if he just has Lyme disease, and not like just Lyme disease, I don't want to like underemphasize how severe Lyme disease can be for people, but it is a disease that is most often very treatable. So I don't know why this would be like an excuse. I mean, it would be an excuse for canceling some of your shows, which he says that he didn't want to cancel. What did he say? He said, I've been battling some health issues and was diagnosed with Lyme disease, which I don't say so you feel bad for me. Well, good, because I don't. But to shed some light on what I've been up against behind the scenes. If you've experienced the disease or know someone who has, then you're aware living with this can be relentlessly debilitating, both mentally and physically. So I feel like he's definitely trying to imply that he has chronic Lyme. Because to say that you're, like, living with this can be relentlessly debilitating. If you just have Lyme disease, you live with it for the time that you have it, but then you get it treated, and then it goes away. It's like saying living with the flu. It's not just like that. Obviously, they are very different, but it's just like, what? This isn't necessarily like a new chapter in your life. But okay, whatever. And then he said, at least I could understand why I would be on stage and in a massive amount of nerve pain or just feeling crazy fatigue or sickness. Like, yeah, you probably have like chronic fatigue or maybe fibromyalgia. But whatever, I'm not a doctor. But then he said, I was faced with a personal decision. Stop touring or keep going and figure it out. It's like, why don't you like postpone the tour until you figure it out then? It's not like you have to do this one tour right now. Yeah, treating Lyme disease can be tricky, for sure. I don't want to like totally equate and be like, it's just like the flu. It is definitely something particular, and it is something that like people do struggle with. But it also, again, it is like a treatable thing. So I'm just like, why does this have to be an announcement? Why not just like, well, maybe make it an announcement for like, hey, I have to postpone some of these shows or cancel some of these shows until I feel better. But it's not like an announcement of like, this is why the quality has dipped in my performances. This isn't something you're necessarily going to be dealing with on a long-term basis. So just get it treated and come back later. It was just a very odd excuse for his onstage behavior. But okay, I hope that you figure that out, Justin. And also, the joy that performing brings me far outweighs the fleeting stress my body was feeling. You didn't even look like you were having fun. Good luck, Justin. Good luck. And then our other person, Miss Katy Perry. Obviously, the big thing for her was the space trip. She went to space. She got way more shit for it than anybody else on the trip, which does suck. Because even you see here, we finally have 2025's Imagine video, and it says Katy Perry's Blue Origin space flight. She didn't come up with the idea. This was Jeff Bezos' project that he just put a bunch of women into so that he could be like, look, it's feminist. It's the first all-female trip to space. And it's like, well, but these are just random women, most of them. They're not even astronauts. What is that? You just picked random women. To me, this is the thing that... There's a whole lot of problems with this in terms of the environmental impact, the advertisement essentially for Jeff Bezos's space tourism ventures. The fact that it is just like, I mean, space tourism in general is this very like stark representation of wealth inequality that is just, it's gross. Like, oh, you're rich enough, you get to go to outer space, and you have this whole other like venture that you can play around in that other people don't get access to. And to be honest, I don't think many people should get access to it. I think space is scary as fuck. So I'm not complaining of like, oh, I'll never get to go up there. I don't want to go up there. Ever. And in a way, I'm almost like, yeah, let's let the rich people do it. Because if it goes wrong, oh well. It's kind of the same thing with like the, what was that called? The thing that they went down to the Titanic with. What was that? It's the same thing where I'm like, just go. You guys go. You rich people. I'll stay up here on the dry land. On the ground. Yeah, the submersible. Don't need to do that. We'll let the rich people have that. But it also is just like, ugh, they get to just do things that none of us get to do. I'm sure there are plenty of other people who would be willing to go up into space that will never have the money for it. But okay, all the rich people get to do it. But then on top of it, this whole thing acting like this was some feminist stance or something that like, oh, now it's only women going up there. It's like, yeah, it's feminist in the way that, like, the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition is feminist. Like, Sports Illustrated is a magazine for sports, and the one issue of the year where you can count on a woman being on the cover is the one where they just put models in bikinis on the cover. And I've got nothing against models in bikinis. I do love them. But I have to imagine that if you were a woman who was an athlete and who actually was trying to make a career in the sporting industry, that would be rather obnoxious to you. That there's just women on bikinis on the cover of Sports Illustrated, which has fuck all to do with your career. And that's the representation. It's just a similar thing to me of like, okay, yeah, cool, it's all women going up into space, but it's just random women that don't, I think one or two of them might have had some sort of, for sure, I think one of them maybe had earned the right to call herself an astronaut. But like Gayle King, Jeff Bezos' wife, Katy Perry? You just picked, like, good-looking, famous women? And we're like, there's the women, there's the astronauts. Weird. Weird as fuck. But that being said, Katie said some weird stuff about, like, oh, female empowerment or whatever because she's on her commercial feminism kick, as always. The person who I actually think said the most obnoxious shit, the most tone-deaf shit, was Gayle King. And this is not being referred to as Gayle King's Blue Origin spaceflight. Katie definitely did get an outsized amount of backlash for this. And supposedly this is maybe what destroyed her marriage? So wait, Demi Lovato isn't on the Pop Girly bracket? She is. She was in the top 22. If you're looking at, and I don't know if, okay, you are caught up, so you probably are seeing me say this. But the poll was just for the bottom, not the bottom, but like the other remaining 10. So Demi wasn't in that. Demi wasn't in that poll, but she is in the bracket. So Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom's explosive row over cringeworthy spaceflight as Lauren Sanchez's wedding escalates tension. Now, when this report first came out, when there were rumors that they were breaking up and that they were fighting over Katy's cringeworthy spaceflight, I was like, there's no way that happened. This is purely just like speculation, some weird rumors that the Daily Mail is publishing. But, and I still don't know that I believe this, but this did gain a little bit of credence to me after him and Katy broke up, and he went to like a Halloween party with his girlfriend or someone that he was with. I don't know if they were dating, but they were together and taking photos together and had been seen together previously, so it seems like it was someone that he was at least dating. But he went to the Halloween party with a woman who was dressed as Katy Perry going to space. Which is insane. So there's a part of me now that's like, maybe this was true. He clearly does think that what Katy did was funny, because he was taking photos with his girlfriend making fun of Katy for this. Was it enough to break them up? I don't know. I don't know. And also, what fucking right does Orlando Bloom have to call Katy cringeworthy at all when he was like a grown-ass man getting into fistfights with Justin Bieber when Justin was like 18 years old? I think that was pretty cringeworthy. They were like fighting over Selena Gomez. That was pretty cringeworthy to me. But okay, Katy went to space because she was offered. And then he went to Jeff Bezos' wedding. Okay, that was misinformation, not his girlfriend. Well, whoever it was, he still took a picture with her, which was weird as fuck. He took a picture of her while she was wearing that costume. He's a weird man. And he went to Jeff Bezos' wedding, and this was like before I think it was really even confirmed that they were broken up. But he like had his arms around other women while he was there. And I just thought that was a little disrespectful. Like, you and your fiance just fucking broke up. Can you not be flirting with other women publicly like that? At a public event at Jeff Bezos' fucking wedding? Orlando Bloom can fuck right off. But that was definitely a blow to Katy's image this year. Then there was the whole Wendy's thing that said, can we send her back? Which I think was nasty of Wendy's, even if it was an indeed cringeworthy thing for Katy to do. No reason for Wendy's to get involved. But then I did think it was funny for Kesha to post this, because, you know, Wendy's has no business being in this conversation at all. Kesha has reason to be mad at Katy. And that's something that, even though she didn't do anything this year, in that regard, she didn't do any other songs with Dr. Luke. The Dr. Luke collaborations from 2024, they've hovered over her throughout this year. So that's a part of the flop status of Katy as well. Then also, there was a lot of discourse about her tour and how cringeworthy that kind of seemed too. So this man made this video. I want to say first of all that I think that this man here is incredibly obnoxious. I've never seen him before, so it's not. Well, I'm not going to say it's not a personal thing. It is a personal thing. I've seen enough from this video to think that this man is obnoxious, but it's not a commentary on his content as a whole, but this is kind of representative of how people were just talking about the tour as a whole.
People are saying Katy Perry's newest tour is one of the worst concerts they've ever experienced. As you can tell from this clip, not only is the dancing so bad, but the choreography is also so laughably bad that it feels like she spent more time in the rehearsal room. I mean, seriously, what is this? With people saying this is what they feel like the Australian breakdancer would be doing if she had her own concert.
Do you guys remember her? She was an icon. She should have been an honorary pop girly. Maybe she was last year. I don't remember. But the breakdancing videos got like completely taken offline. Maybe they're back. Maybe you can find them now. But that was quite a moment.
When it comes down to it, I think she's just trying to have her Taylor Swift moment, but she's not Taylor Swift, and I don't think she could ever imitate that, and when she does, it just looks terrible. But that's my opinion.
What does that even mean, she's not Taylor Swift? Because Taylor Swift is known to have such incredible live performances. Like, the Eras Tour was good, but it's not like Taylor's not known for being that much of an on-stage performer. That's just such a weird comparison to make. That tells me that this man doesn't actually even really pay attention to pop music at all. Because then to be like, oh, she's no Taylor Swift. It's like, who would say that?
People are saying Katy Perry's newest tour is one of the worst concerts they've ever experienced.
And also, I didn't even see that either. I never saw anyone say that it was one of the worst concerts they've ever experienced. I've never seen someone who was actually at the show say they had a bad time. I think that most people who went to the show actually did have a good time. It was just like clips from the show kept getting posted online that looked kind of cringe. But that's it. Other than that, everyone who went seemed to enjoy themselves. It actually seemed like a fairly fun concert, especially from Katy Perry. Like, Katy Perry has always been kind of cringe, and that's kind of been the point, you know? She, like, embarrasses herself on purpose. It's like a comedic thing. For sure, some of the videos did look kind of funny and cringe, but it's also like, well, it's a Katy Perry show. That's what they're supposed to look like to some extent. But everyone, I remember Pop Crave even kind of setting her up. They put Katy Perry stunts at the Lifetime store and then used this clip where her, like, eyelash is getting caught, like the eyelash glue is catching on her bottom lash, so her eye is sort of shut in a way that's not super flattering. But they just put Katy Perry stuns, and of course all the comments are like, right. OMG, she aged horribly. She looks like a mess. Was that necessary? Did we need to do that? No. And then, of course, there was the butterfly malfunction. This one was just kind of scary. Like, God, that looks... She could have died, and she also could have hurt a lot of people beneath her, too. I said it before, and I'll say it again. The girls need to stay on the ground. We don't need all this stuff. It is cool. You know, it's a way for people in, like, the back of the stands to get a better view. But it's like, you gotta tear all that stuff down and reset it back up at every new show. I just don't think it's worth it. If it falls on your crowd... bad for everybody involved. Yeah, and she's so not, like... I'm sure she is strapped in. Like, I think that is holding her in place. But it's like, God, she just went right off the edge. It still could have been so bad. She handled it well, though. The one thing that I would say from this tour that she actually did deserve some backlash for, and they've responded to the backlash pretty quickly. When the tour first launched, there were some AI videos on the screens for the visuals. It wasn't a good look. I just hate the look of AI in general now. Every time I look at it, it creeps me out. But I think it was like, because I think the show is sort of about like artificial intelligence, or it's kind of sci-fi-ish. So I think that like it maybe even did work thematically in the show, and maybe that's why they did it. But they did, when they started to get the backlash, they swapped that out pretty fast. It was maybe like a week that this was happening. And then they switched it to just showing audience footage on the screens, which I think was a much better idea. But that did happen. She did get some AI backlash early on. And then the other backlash she got, which I'm still not really totally mad at her for it, was the stuff with the veteran. Why his veteran status even matters in this conflict, I don't know. But she was in a legal lawsuit with this old man, this old millionaire, over this mansion. And she won eventually. So like she got kind of vindicated. I think it's actually still an ongoing legal thing, but she did get a big victory this year. But this is, from what I understand from the conflict and the back and forth, I do think that the dying veteran was essentially just trying to get more money from another person. He wanted to sell it to a higher bidder. And so he said that he wasn't in a proper mental state when he sold it. It was never like an issue of she was taking his place of residence from him. It was always like, this is a monetary asset for both of them. She was going to rent it out to Chris Pratt anyway. So neither one of them is really even living in this mansion. They're just kind of fighting over capital, which I think is already gross in and of itself. But in this way, she didn't technically do anything wrong, but it also is a bit embarrassing of like, girl, stop getting into lawsuits over fucking real estate. The second that, like, there seems to be some legal conflict, just back out. Because this is so bad for your image. You keep getting in to these legal battles over homes that you're not even living in. It's just kind of gross. Just a gross flaunting of wealth. But oh well. None of my business, I guess. If I were on Katie's PR team, I'd be like, please stop buying homes. Please just live in your home. You don't need any more mansions. Just give it up. But that's really it for our Katie stuff this year. I mean, she obviously did a whole lot of other stuff, but for the flop part of her narrative this year, those are the main points. The tour was kind of cringe. The space trip was not good. The legal battle with the dying veteran, not the best look. So, damaged her career a little bit this year. But I would say that, like, in comparison to last year, she's kind of been on an upswing in a way. I think she almost got a little bit more of like an underdog story this year. Because the beginning of her year was so shitty that I think by this point in December, people are starting to like root for Katie a little bit more again of like, okay, girl, we're going to give you another shot. Please get it together. And the last single she did was better. So maybe she's improved her public image since last year, I would say. But she also did do quite a bit of damage. Justin Timberlake, I think it's kind of the same thing of like last year he damaged his public image quite a lot because of the whole drinking and driving thing and just generally being an asshole. He hasn't really had a good year in a while since, you know, the Framing Britney Spears documentary came out. He's just kind of been crashing and burning. So did he do that much more damage to his career this year? I don't know. Haven't really heard that much from him. And maybe for some people the Lyme disease thing is going to endear them to him a little bit more. Perhaps. I don't know. So I put this one up to you guys. Let me put on our waiting music, because I do have some elevator music. Wait, is it not playing? Can you guys hear that at all? I don't think it's playing on the thing. Why? It worked earlier. The fuck? Shit. Okay, let me see if I can try it again. Okay, am I back now? I think I'm back now? I can't tell. I'll just have to wait until you guys let me know. Oh, thank God. Okay. We're back. We're back. Yeah, that was so weird. OBS just like completely crashed. Oh, thank God. It fully crashed, and I knew that there was like a saving mechanism of like once I started a broadcast, it would keep the broadcast until I turned it off, even if my program crashed, but I've never had to test that before. So I guess now we know that feature does indeed work, which is nice. But I don't know what was I asking it to do that was too much. I literally didn't do anything. What did I do? Oh, I pressed properties to see why it wasn't playing that music. And that was it. Then it just turned off. What the fuck? First, my poll doesn't show up on screen before. Now I can't even turn on music without it crashing. Why? Let's see if the music works this time, though, now that it's reset. All right. Okay, well, sorry about that, everybody. Let's put the poll up. Hopefully we all know what we're voting on. If you forgot, you're voting between Katy Perry and Justin Timberlake, though of course the options will show up on the poll. But yeah, got us a little off track for a second. Alright, so far we got 44 to 56, Katy Perry taking the lead. Ooh, 50-50. 52, Justin. Ooh, 50-50 again. Wow, this one is contentious right off the bat. I think it makes sense. They are kind of in a similar boat. Mostly flopped last year, but this year did not help. All right, 58 to 42, Justin in the lead. $57.43, Justin still holding strong. 58, Justin. I think Justin, oh, well, it moved for a second, but I think Justin is holding on. We got 40 votes. There's 63 people in here. All right, 59% Justin. I think we gotta call it for Justin. All right, Justin, you're moving on. I think that's about right, because I think that Katy really did earn herself. Katy was a more kind of public flop. There was a little bit more discourse around her. But she also, I think, has redeemed herself in ways that Justin kind of has not yet. So that makes sense to me. But I do see why that one was kind of challenging. Now, we're gonna move on to Somber, who I do have a lot to say about. So we're gonna start with obviously kind of the big, well, actually, we'll start with this because I thought this was kind of interesting. I don't know if this is true. I tried to see if I could find an interview where he specifically said this, which I didn't find, but I don't know. I mean, this kind of would make sense to me as his tactic, and especially with some of the other stuff that his marketing team is doing. But this person is claiming that Somber has an interesting writing process for his music.
Okay, so I just watched the clip of how Somber and his producer, what their process is on how they make the music. And essentially,
so
if you
quiet.
don't know, it's Shane will write like the hook of a song and he'll put it on TikTok right away. And if that blows up on TikTok, then the next day they'll cut it in the studio, build out the verses, the other parts of it, get the whole thing to a complete song, and then have it on streaming like by the end of the week. Now, they were super excited about this idea of how they're doing it, and they say it's like kind of the future of how to put out music. Personally, as an artist, I think this is crazy. I don't think anyone should subscribe to this model. Granted, it seems to have worked out pretty well for him, and he writes really good songs, but I just don't think that's a great idea. People shouldn't hear stuff during the process. It's not done. I mean, get your song written, get it done, sit on it, revise it, redo it. I mean, totally up to you. If you want to do it that way, go ahead. But like personally, no way. I mean, I'm writing the whole song in like probably a year in advance before I ever even think about putting it on streaming services. Just my take.
Yeah, so he's claiming that Somber, he writes his hooks and then puts them on TikTok, and the ones that do really well, he'll then create the entire rest of the song, which I can maybe understand doing that a few times, but to make that like your process is kind of crazy to me, because it just, I don't know, even beyond the whole thing of like letting people hear your song before it's done, before it's finished, it's like you're just fully pandering to what people want to hear in a way that feels so it's like industry plant territory. The amount that industry plant that accusation gets thrown around, mostly at women who are actual like genuine artists, and then Somber is just out here making hooks and then seeing which ones are popular and then making the full songs from that. Like, that's just fully just pandering to a market. It's doesn't really seem like real artistry to me. But I don't know. And I don't know for sure that is definitely what Somber is doing. Maybe this person had some bad information. I don't know. I haven't seen Somber say that really specifically, that that's his process. But it just wouldn't really surprise me with his, with the rest of his public image, which we'll get into. So that was one thing that kind of intrigued me about Somber. But then the bigger thing this year that actually did do, I don't know if I'd say damage to his public image. I think it did do damage to his public image, because here's the thing. My own knowledge of Somber was very, very limited throughout most of the year. I became aware of him when that 12 to 12 song came out and he did the music video with Addison Rae. I only watched the video because Addison Rae was in it, but I thought the song was okay. And then he did the VMAs, and I was, at first, like, who the fuck is Somber? And then I found out that, like, oh, he's the guy that did that video with Addison Rae. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I watched his VMA performance. I thought that it was good. I thought that it was one of the better performances of the night. I thought that he was very talented, and the song was okay. And yeah, I wouldn't say all in. I wasn't like, oh, hell yeah, Somber. But I was like, okay, I'll pay attention to this one. And then this controversy happened with this woman. I'm going to play her TikTok first. We've talked about this on the members stream. So if you were here for the members stream where we talked about the Swiftologist and his battles, his very, very strange legal threats against Adam McIntyre, we already covered this, but I'm going to go through it again for the sake of discussing Somber as a whole. And also I'm going to play her TikTok because I need to go get chapstick. My lips are so fucking chapped. It is so goddamn dry all the time now. But so I'm going to play her TikTok while I go grab some chapstick. This is a woman who went to one of Somber's concerts, and then we're gonna watch Somber's response. And Somber's response was very, very telling to me of like the kind of, I hate to be harsh, but the kind of obnoxious little brat that he is. So I'm gonna play hers first.
2 minutes he's on stage, he makes a 6-7 joke. First 2 minutes he's on stage, he makes a 6-7 joke. I'm not even kidding you. And all the tweens.
I should preface this, they cut off her TikTok a little bit. She's 25 years old. She went to this Somber concert just to go to a concert because she liked Somber's music. She heard it on TikTok. And she realized once she got there that it was just a concert for like tweens, that the entire audience was all just tweens, and she did not have a good time, and she is advising other adults to not go to Somber's shows.
First 2 minutes he's on stage, he makes a 6-7 joke. I'm not even kidding you. And all the tweens, I've never had such immediate buyer's remorse in my life. Like, I left early. I didn't even hear my favorite music. He proceeds to make a bunch of niche meme references for like the 12 to 16-year-old age range group. And I only understand them because I'm chronically online, but every other adult in the room, including my boyfriend, is like, why is he speaking in tongue? Like, what is he saying right now? Just ridiculous to hear out loud. Like, it was like brain rot on stage. 30 minutes in, he cuts all the music and he's like, we're now gonna have the Somber Dating Show. Raise your hand and come on up on stage if you want to call your toxic ex. Make sure it's toxic and make sure there's somebody who's gonna pick up. Again, all the tweens. We then proceeded to watch 3 tweens go on stage and call their ex. And then Somber's on the mic like, clock it, bro, oh, chill out, bro, chill out, bro. I've never had such second-hand embarrassment for someone. He would make like super niche references to like 13-year-olds, but then he would also say like super vulgar stuff about like getting his dick sucked. And it was like, so you know your audience is clearly 13, yet here you are, okay. There was a moment in between songs where he literally just randomly went, bark for me, and you hear the arena of 13, 14, 15-year-old girls start barking, and then immediately followed up with, yeah, I'm daddy. That, and he wasn't even a good performer. Genuinely, it sounded bad. Like, he said he had bronchitis. It seemed like that wasn't the only issue going on. Then I get on TikTok, and I'm seeing all these kids posting these videos.
This is another thing too, and I think he maybe mentions it in the other video, so maybe, well, I'm saying something that will get repeated, but he has this thing where he's like, I will never cancel a concert ever, even if he has bronchitis. And he also said something too, I found out that I guess last year he was on tour with someone else, some other artist that I'm not really familiar with, but that artist then had to cancel or postpone parts of the tour because they were having some mental health problems. And then Somber put out a statement saying like, if it were up to me, we would definitely be going forward. I would never cancel a show. And it was just very disrespectful to the person that he was on tour with. He was like the opening act for this person. So it's like, they selected you to go on tour with them. They kind of did you a favor. And now you're kind of calling them a pussy for not wanting to put their mental health at risk to continue touring. Like, that's already fucking crazy. And so he is, as he will bring up, he's 20, and I think at that time he was probably like 19, so he's like a young person who maybe has, I don't know, he's not, he doesn't seem like a very mature person, is what I'll say. So, you know, there's room for him to grow. I'm not gonna say that he is a totally bad person. He's maybe just a young person who needs to mature quite a lot. But also this whole thing about him having bronchitis and performing anyway. It's like, dude, you're gonna fuck up your entire career that way. If you continue performing when your voice is not ready to perform, you're not going to be able to sing at all at some point. You do have to take some breaks to not do permanent damage to your vocal cords. Dumbass.
He goes, oh my god, this must be how my mom felt. This is my generation's David Bowie. I saw a TikTok from the Anthem DC, the show I was at, where a girl's like recording it, and it's like, the kids are gonna be all right. No! No, cut that. Absolutely never in my life have I felt so much rage. Not even during it. Like, I felt rage during it, but seeing the aftermath on TikTok and seeing it be like, he's the hottest. You guys need better role models. You guys need better.
Well, given what we're going to talk about in a little bit, I'd like to know what TikTok account she was looking at, because there's a chance that that was maybe coming from Somber's team specifically. But so this lady is being like kind of harsh and kind of dismissive towards Somber's young fans and being like, oh, he's this generation's David Bowie, kill me. At the same time, though, I get it. Like, she's kind of right. And also, even if she's being sort of harsh, I think the basic thing of what she's saying, of like just warning people, if you're an adult, you're not gonna enjoy this show because it's very obnoxious and it's very clearly geared toward children in a way that I wasn't expecting. She's correct. Like, that's a fair thing to point out because I had no idea. I probably would have never bought tickets to the show in the first place because I didn't know enough of Somber's music and I'm not made of money like that. But I also, like, thought that his music was okay. If we lived in a world where going to see shows was not unreasonably expensive and he was, like, in the area and I had a night off and there were tickets available, would I be like, oh, okay, maybe I'll go see Somber? Yeah, sure, possibly. Because I thought that his VMA performance was good, and sometimes it's just nice to see live music and to see an artist that you're not super familiar with in a live setting. Like, it's just nice. You don't really expect to go in to a venue like that and then suddenly get confronted by a bunch of 6-7 jokes and also the Somber dating show thing. I would be happy to have gotten this notice from this woman of like, this is not a show you're going to enjoy, don't buy the tickets. I think that she did a public service in a lot of ways. But okay, yeah, she was kind of harsh. She was sort of rude. She at one point called him Slender Man, and that was, that is kind of like a body shaming thing. I think also it's like, I don't think it's the nastiest thing anyone's ever said about somebody's body, but if that's something that Somber is insecure about, which I do think that there is some evidence of Somber maybe having an eating disorder, then yeah, okay, that's fair for him to get upset about that part. But the rest of it is kind of like, well, she warned people that it wasn't going to be a show that they would enjoy. So, all in all, I'm not super mad at this lady. Somber, however, he decided to respond, which was the dumbest decision he could have made, because I didn't even see the original TikTok until he responded. He completely, like, Streisand affected himself and blew this up because he needed to respond to a random woman on TikTok? But here's his response.
It's chronically online, but it's just come to my attention that there's a TikTok drama going around because a 25-year-old attended my concert and was basically complaining that there were too many tweens there, I was making too many brain rot jokes, and she just thought it was a cringe concert. And also she was body shaming me, and it's kind of started a massive body shaming hate train.
And see, that too, I'm like, that's... You can say that she's body shaming you. She was a little out of pocket, I guess, to say the thing about you being Slender Man. Even then, I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. But okay, if it hurt your feelings, then that's totally valid. That's not something that you would like people to say about you. Okay, sure. To say that her calling you Slender Man started a mass wave of body shaming, I don't think that you can hold her responsible for that. It's also just, it's the internet. People are mean on the internet. That's not one lady's fault. But okay, that hurt your feelings. I'll give you that one.
Directed towards me on a lot of videos of me on the internet right now, which is... I totally respect people having opinions, but I am a 20-year-old artist, freshly 20. And if you're 25 years old and you're going to come to my concert and not expect people younger than you to be there when I, the artist, am 5 years younger than you, it's just a skill issue.
It's a skill issue. This is the thing, too. It's like, are we supposed to know your age? I just saw you perform at the VMAs and I thought you were a good performer. I didn't then go Google your birthday to see if, like, if it was appropriate for me to listen to your music. What are we talking about? And also, like, there are plenty of 20-year-olds who have audiences that aren't just fully tweens. And also, even still, even if it is an audience mostly of tweens, I could deal with that if you're just doing a regular concert. But the whole thing... The thing that really got me when I watched the first TikTok was her saying that he stopped the show midway through to do a to do Somber's dating show. It's like, what? I've never even heard of any artist doing something like that. I mean, there are skits in shows for sure, but that was just something that I thought was so bizarre. And so what does the artist being 20 years old have to do with that? Why would that explain that part of the show? Britney Spears was touring at like 17 years old, and she was just doing a normal concert. So what?
I mean, also, like, the jokes thing, like, you had to have known about my online presence before coming to my concert.
No, you didn't. You just simply did not. What?
I mean, anyone who knows me knows I've never uttered a serious word in my life. And also, I make jokes for 5 minutes of the concert, and the rest is music. Like, live a little.
That's definitely not true. It's not I make jokes for 5 minutes. You do a whole segment, and I've got clips of the segment, too. We'll go through some of that.
Enjoy life. Every age, sex, sexuality, gender, race, everyone is welcome at my concert, and I mean everyone. You guys need to find problems.
Everyone, and yet he starts it off by being like, a 25-year-old came to my show. It's just the fact that you had to introduce it as like, a 25-year-old came to my show and I'm 20. It's like, it seems like you definitely do have some weird prejudice over people who are like a little bit older than you. It's not even just like old people. You're not like some 80-year-old came to my show and had a problem with it. That I could kind of understand. Of like, yeah, you were probably never going to like the show. But a 25-year-old and you're 20? You're essentially the same age. I mean, not really. I do think a 25-year-old is significantly more mature than a 20-year-old, because I do think, personally, I believe you become an adult at 22 or 23, depending on your vibe. But 20-year-old, you're still a baby. And 21-year-old, you're almost an adult. But so yeah, okay, I'll give it to you that a 20-year-old and a 25-year-old, they're in different stages of their lives. But not to that extent, where it's like such a difference, where you're like, oh, you're surprised you're 25 and you came to a 20-year-old's concert and you're surprised that everyone there was younger than you? Weird.
Problematic people to hate on, because I am just existing. Also, I'm just going to give a quick tutorial. Also, I just remembered that I had
Yeah, he's giving a tutorial on how to touch grass. And you'll also notice that doesn't even seem like it's grass outside. It seems like AstroTurf. Which has made me ironic for some other things that I found. But it's like, do you not know when people tell you to touch grass, Somber, they're telling you to go outside, not touch something that looks like grass. Swiftologist defended him? Yes, Swiftologist very much defended him in a very weird way that felt extremely misogynistic toward the woman that made the original TikTok. And then Adam McIntyre said something about it and said that it was weird, and then Swiftologist threatened to sue him. So I talked about it in one of the members' streams, so I'm not going to go through it right now, especially because I try not to talk too much shit about other content creators on the public streams. But it was crazy. It was a crazy thing for him to do, and I'm still not. I feel like most people have moved on from it, but every time I see him now, I'm like, you're a weirdo. You're a weird, weird man. And then there were also things about a Discord server and some stuff that he said about Adam in the Discord server, even prior to that interaction. So that's a whole thing. We're not going to get into it, but fuck the Swiftologist is all we're going to say for right now.
Also, I just remembered that I had a fever and bronchitis at the show she went to, but the show goes on. I will not cancel unless I'm on my deathbed.
You need to cancel sometimes, Somber. You know what? It's fine. He is kind of obnoxious, and I don't necessarily need him to stick around, so go ahead. Burn your voice out. Prevent yourself from being able to sing ever again. Maybe it's for the best, for all of us. That was maybe a little harsh. He's a talented young man. But so, I do have some clips from his shows, because I started going down a rabbit hole. He does a whole bunch of weird stuff with his audience during his shows. Here's him playing rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. Thank you guys for the flowers. Thank you for the bra.
The bra.
You want to play rock, paper, scissors? Yeah. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Yeah. Oh shit, you got a reverse card.
just weird. Weird interactions when you should just be singing. That's what you're supposed to be doing. But so, as that woman said in her TikTok, he has a thing where he does the somber dating show. So he has a whole intro for it. It's like a regular part of his shows. So here's the intro.
Yes, Somber. The rules are simple. Call your ex and confess something to them that you never told them before. Then, Somber will determine which one of you was the problem in the relationship. And now, let's bring out the audience member. Alright, this is how it's gonna work. I'm gonna pick one person who has an ex, who you can get on the phone right now. And just so you know, just so everyone's clear, you have to call them in front of everyone here, okay? So if you can come up and get your ex on the phone right now, if you're confident. Oh, you already have it ready. You're right here. Come on, let's go. Now, if this doesn't work, we're gonna choose another.
So he calls up a random person from the audience, an audience full of tweens, again. And now, in a lot of the clips I've seen, I would say that the girls he calls up don't look super young. They're definitely like borderline, where I could be like, okay, they could be a teenager, or they could be like early college, possibly. But I do have, this is from this same show, but I've got a better angle of this person. So he calls them up on stage and has them call their ex on stage in front of other people, and also most of the time being filmed by audience members. So ambushing these other people, these other probably teenagers, without their consent, it is just crazy. It is a crazy thing to do, especially when you're like an up-and-coming artist that's getting more and more attention. You're putting these random-ass people on blast for what fucking reason? Just perform your songs. And if you don't want to perform your songs, if you don't have enough songs to do a whole set, do a cover. Do something else. Literally anything else but this. And when we also saw at one point, I think the last stream, either the last stream or the stream before that, there was one where he said that he was going to call Selena Gomez, but then he called Benny Blanco, and then it was super awkward and weird. And I still can't even tell if it was a bit, if Benny Blanco was in on it, or if it was an actual accident. I still don't know. It was just strange. But the idea of him, I would like to believe that he knows better than to call Selena Gomez live on stage and ambush her with a phone call like that. I would like to believe that. But I don't know, because he's very clearly comfortable doing it with other random people.
Why did y'all break up?
Pretty much just broke up with me because, like, he takes TikTok very seriously.
Really? How many followers do you have, brother? Babe, I have 4 million and I can stay with a girl. And I've determined the woman isn't the problem. I said, yeah! Why did y'all break up?
Yeah, the woman isn't the problem. Once again, he has this thing where he's very pandering toward a female audience, where he'll just always say stuff that, like, sounds supportive of women, of like, oh, the woman wasn't the problem in the relationship yet again. But it also is, it just feels very performative. And again, very weird, because it's like, yeah, how old is this girl? I don't know. She looks really young to me. Yeah, she looks young. That's a teenager. She might even have braces on. Yeah, she's a minor. I think that's a minor. Some of them look a little bit older. That one looks like a minor to me. That's weird as hell, dude. Weird as hell. And then here's another one.
Ready to call your ex? On FaceTime? Let's FaceTime your ex. What's his name? Brandon, you're disappointing me. It's always the B names. Brandon. I'm gonna make him a video. He's getting a personal video. I used to do these personal videos back when I did OnlyFans, by the way. Hey Brandon, you've been a bad boy. And what's your name one more time?
Dominique.
I'm here with Dominique, your ex-girlfriend, and she said you've been a bad boy, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna punish you. Okay, Brandon? So next time, stop. Next time, be better to your girl, and Dominique's gonna find a better man. Give it up for women, everybody, women!
Give it up for
Ready to call
women.
your ex?
Give it up for girls. Give it up for teenage girls. Weirdo. Here's another one.
Are you ready to call your ex? Okay, his contact is don't text him. Wow. What's his actual name then?
Jackson.
It's always the J names. Jackson, why did you guys break up?
Because I cheated on her.
I think she's got to find someone else. And don't cheat on your future girl, brother. Don't cheat. Women again. Guys, that's why women again. Are you ready to call your ex?
Women again. There's a lot of weird stuff. So here's one time where he's giving people in the audience his deodorant. What? Ew! Ew, ew, ew. I don't even remember. I put, like, this one says left boyfriend for me. I just put notes. I don't even remember what the fuck I meant by any of it. So I'm reliving all this with you guys. Oh, you left your boyfriend for me. Someone said that to him. And by the way, have you noticed you're hearing these boom, boom, like the very standard kind of TikTok noises? Have you noticed how all of these TikToks seem somewhat uniform? They're following a very specific format? I wonder why that is. Yeah, so like his audience is saying, I dumped my boyfriend for you, his teenage audience. And he's like, hell yeah, stop, Somber. Stop doing this. It's weird. And then he also does a whole bunch of stuff where he goes into the crowds. Yeah, and security said I couldn't go into the crowd, but I did it anyway. You know, security's not just protecting you, right? You're doing something that actually could put that entire room into danger. That is incredibly dangerous. That's a safety hazard for everyone in that building. It's not cute. Sometimes it can be kind of like if you're rowdy and that's like a thing that people know about you, okay, whatever. But it's like you're a performer who has a crowd full of mostly teenagers. And you're putting the teenage girls in danger so that you can look, I don't know, rebellious? Like, oh, security can't tell me what to do. Aren't you a little worried about the security and the safety of your teenage girl audience? Yeah, he's about to give every girl in there bronchitis. Yeah, probably. Whatever new disease he has that he decided to perform through. And he also does these sound checks with fans. So I guess it's a part of the VIP package for his shows. I couldn't find any information on it because I don't know if he's currently doing it. So I couldn't find like any ticket prices. So I don't know how much this costs. But I guess if you get the VIP tickets for his shows, you get to come to the sound checks and you'll get to see him perform like 3 songs or whatever during the sound check. And then also there's like a Q&A thing where you get to ask him questions and he'll answer. And it's like, okay, that would be kind of like a fun perk or whatever, but the fact that you have this audience of teen girls and given your interactions with them, I don't know, that kind of just weirds me out. It feels like you're just putting a bunch of teen girls into a room with you so that they can feel like they're the special ones. And here he is having an interaction with one of these girls.
I don't know how to tie a tie either. This is my attempt at tying a tie. And I think,
Stop.
yeah.
Get away from her.
You're welcome. Can you teach me how to tie my tie?
Don't touch them. Don't touch them. You don't need to touch them. Especially when you know that like plenty of your female audience maybe have crushes on you. Don't touch them. Please don't do that. Yeah, Tate McRae does that too. With Tate, I think it's a different dynamic though. It doesn't really bother me with Tate because I think that I don't think Tate is trying to encourage her young fans to like be sexually attracted to her. And it also is a little bit less intimate, I think, with Tate. Like, these are much smaller shows. Tate's in, like, stadiums and arenas at this point. At least arenas, probably not stadiums. But this is, like, a small theater. It's a different dynamic. I'm not against the soundcheck thing with the Q&A in general. It's his weird relationship with his fans that's making me feel strange. Oh, and then this one was just kind of funny. Sometimes people will leave comments needing to correct my pronunciation of shit, so, you know, I'm very understanding of the fact that sometimes people just pronounce things wrong or weirdly, but I did think his pronunciation of the Louvre here was very funny. And very telling for his age, too. That he saw the way that the Louvre was written and just chugged forward.
A lot of chatter lately. I just want to come clean, guys. I robbed the Louvre, okay? I got the Mona Lisa. It was me. There's been...
The Louvre. But that's okay, Sombra. I won't hold that one against you. Here's him talking about his favorite feminist literature. Because he's such a feminist. He's so pro-women.
Okay, can I ask what your favorite piece of feminist literature is?
I mean, I don't know. There's like a wide variety of feminist literature that I like. I mean, there's just too much. Like, if I were to give you a favorite, I just feel like I wouldn't be being genuine. Because, like, there's so many. If I were to give you a favorite, there would be 10 others that I feel like I'm not, you know, showing the respect to. So, yeah. There's just too much. Honestly, there's too much. Yeah. What's your favorite?
Well, I don't have to give the same answer, honestly. Like, there's just...
Respect.
Why did they ask him that? Geez, because he's got TikToks where he claims to be reading feminist literature. I did see someone say it in the chat earlier of the feminist literature thing, and I was like, oh, just wait till you find out. Oh, he's just such a particular type of person, isn't he? And then, okay. This I also thought was incredibly just weird and obnoxious. He said, this is one of his own TikToks. It says, no one here knows that the girl I wrote these songs about reached out to me again just as I was starting to move on. It's like, I didn't need that personal lore from you, actually. You could have kept that to yourself. When you have an audience full of, like, young tween girls, you don't need to be talking about your personal life like that and being like, the person I wrote these songs about has reached out to me. Stop. They don't need to know. They don't need to know about your personal life like that. Don't do that. It's weird. And then I just thought that was, I don't know. There was something about it and I can't even really describe it, but I'm like, it just feels like a kind of guy that I've met so many times where it's like they just need to like drop this lore about themselves in ways that I do not care about. I don't know. I don't even know how to articulate it, but it's giving me the like, ooh, I don't need to know about your ex calling you. I don't know you like that. So I just kind of, the more and more I was watching like his TikToks and his fans' TikToks and whatever, I was like, he is just kind of annoying. And his fans are also annoying. So here's this thing where I guess he has like a running thing of him fearing being bald. So his fans terrorize him with photos of him as a bald man. And this is them during a concert just showing. Maybe I can play a little bit of the audio, but I don't want to get claimed. So I was like, okay, well, you know what? That's what you get. If your fans are annoying to you at your show, you've cultivated an annoying fan base. But here's the thing. This TikTok account that this TikTok came from, Daily Somber. That's a TikTok account run by Somber's team. I don't think I have the link in here. Let me see if I can find it. Find the other guy's TikTok. Because I saw one guy talking about this first, and then I was like, I need to look into that. Okay, yeah, so this is the TikTok that I originally found.
So there's one thing that's bothering me about him that I wanted to say. He has 4 fan page accounts that are ran by his team. Daily Somber's like the biggest one. That's his team running that account. That's not just a fan. It's just embarrassing, and it's not organic. It is self-absorbed and narcissistic to just be paying a team of people to pretend to be fans of you when they're just getting paid. And it's just your team. That's like really embarrassing, and it's icky. Like, they make the video seem like not planned out and not like it wasn't staged, but it was staged. And another thing I don't like about him is that he makes lyrics that anyone could just like think of and write down, like, in a room full of people, I look for you. Like, that's not even original experience. That is been said before in many, many love songs. And that's just, do something new, bring something new to the table. Same with Benson Boone, same with everything in pop music nowadays.
Okay, not too much on Benson, please. So this guy's TikTok, I was like, okay, well, the whole thing about the original lyrics, I'm like, it is what it is. Do I think his lyrics are super original? No, not at all. But I think that, like, the music sounds okay. Like, that song, that was the 12 to 12 lyrics. They sound okay when they're put to that melody and that beat with that production. I'm not going to complain about that. There are definitely people making less original music, and that's just not what I evaluate my music taste on, is how original it is. So that part I was like, okay, whatever, that's not a criticism that I really have. And then the whole thing about the fan accounts, I was like, it's inauthentic. It's not a complaint that I make very often. I think that there's a level of artificiality in every pop star's career. I'm not out here being the, like, you're fake person. I think that's fine to be inauthentic. But then I was like, that is weird though. 4 fake fan accounts? How do we know for sure that those are fake fan accounts that are being run by Somber's team? I was just sort of intrigued by it. Like, why is this allegation coming out? Where is it coming from? How do we know this? So I started looking into it myself. First of all, it's not 4, it's at least 5. There were like 7 that I found that I thought were kind of suspicious. 2 of them I decided those might be real fan accounts because they were a little bit different from the others, and I think they looked a little bit more authentic. 5 for sure are definitely being run by Somber's team. For sure. And so I'm gonna show you. There's a few. There's Somber Sucks, there's Daily Somber, there's Somber Vids, and then what were the other ones? I don't remember. I think I deleted them. Oh, and then there's Somber Fans, and then Somber Souls. So here's the first one. Here's Somber Sucks. This one is the most different from the others. This is Somber Sucks, and I kind of think that this one, here, let me see. When was this one posted? 11/21. Okay, so that was still kind of recent. But I wonder if they maybe gave up on this one.
Is he really 6'7"?
Because I almost just wonder if this was like their first attempt. But I don't know, I'd have to look at the dates for it. But this one is the most interesting to me. Because this is definitely Somber's account. But it is also different. So he has his own, there's the official Somber TikTok account. This is his actual TikTok account where he's uploading fairly often. Like, here's the one where he was responding to that one lady. So this is his account. And this, I think, I just bring this up to be like, this is our control for what's being posted onto his account, because there was a minute where I was like, are maybe some of these accounts just taking stuff that was posted from Somber's actual TikTok account and then reposting it onto these fan accounts? But then I looked and I was like, no, they're definitely, this is original content to the fan accounts. But they're definitely not coming from actual fans. They're definitely coming from Somber's team. So this is his actual TikTok account. This is the Somber Sucks account, which is also his account. Because, again, this is original content that's not being posted onto the actual Somber TikTok account. But it is always being referenced, like, he's acting like this is his account. The caption on this says, my debut album, I Barely Know Her, drops August 22nd. Also, vote for me at the VMAs. So, like, this is first person pronouns. Me, I am Somber. This is my account. This is a video that I made for this account. So definitely this is Somber's account.
Who chose that image? Guys, take it down. Take it down. Okay, if you guys don't vote for me for Best New Artist and Best Alternative at the VMAs...
So there's the bald thing again.
I will be going bald, and if you don't stream my album. First Finn, then Timothy, now me. I'm next. Somber out. My new album, I Barely Know Her, is that...
So that's Somber's account. And there's multiple videos like that where he's using like I, me pronouns.
Damn, I'm on my Britney shit.
For those who said I can't rap.
Damn, I'm on my DJ Khaled shit. We the best. Damn, we rolling hella deep. I feel like Adele. Damn, kiss me through the phone. Suck me through the cell. Damn, I'm...
But then at some point, it just starts switching to third person pronouns and acting like it's a fan account. So this one says, nothing could have prepared me for what he said at the end. So now this is not Somber running the account.
So I don't have to embarrass myself. Do you got plans tonight? Because I'm literally in Japan tonight. Guys, my album is out August 22nd. Please stream it so I don't have to embarrass myself anymore. I'll Somber out. Do you got plans tonight?
Nothing could have prepared me for what he said at the end. Like, I don't know. This was just sort of weird, where now it's sort of switched to being like a fan account. And then they sort of stop uploading after that. Or at least there aren't a whole lot of uploads after that, at least compared to the other Somber fan accounts. So then we have Daily Somber. I believe this is the biggest one. What the fuck? Here we go. So this is Somber, the Daily Somber. You'll notice here's how you can kind of tell. This is one of the biggest tells here. 7 following, but then like over 100 followers. They all kind of followed this rule of like not a whole lot of people they're following. I think the most I saw was like 22, but then like a couple 100,000 followers. The ones that I think are more authentic usually are following more people and have less followers. And the content will be sort of similar, but different. But so this is one of the big tells. First of all, if you just scroll through, there's a lot of videos of Somber performing. They're all videos taken from like the front row of every concert. So definitely someone that always has access to the front of his shows. And very good footage, nothing super grainy. Just stuff that like works pretty well as an advertisement. But then they have an access to Somber that doesn't really make sense. So for one thing, here they are with him in some sort of booth as he looks at Dominic Fike talking about him on stage. Why is the fan account this close to Somber? Same thing here. They are behind a barricade with Somber. He's running up, getting in another fucking crowd again. And they're behind the barricade with him. So for sure this is being run by someone on his team. And they're also catching him in like candid moments of him on the street where, oh, he walks by a wedding And then now he's taking photos with the bridal party. That's a candid moment. I was taking my wedding photos and the Somber walked by and said yes to getting in one. But that's not true. This is someone on his team. So it's a little weird, but it's like, okay, I guess if you were a Somber fan and you were following this account, the Daily Somber account, you'd figure it out after a while. You'd be like, okay, this is definitely not just a random Somber fan posting stuff. This is definitely someone on Somber's team. They're way too close to him. They're following him everywhere. They're with him backstage. They're with him on the street. They're always front row at the concerts. You would maybe pick up on it, but the maybe is definitely a big thing there, because we have to remember that his audience is like tweens who don't have a whole lot of media literacy and aren't necessarily going to pick up on all of these cues that definitely indicate that this is not an actual fan account. This is someone on Somber's team. But okay, if you know the joke, you know the joke. If you get it, you get it. Why 5? Why 5 accounts for this? Why not just one fake fan account? And it's just a running inside joke with the fandom. Why do 5? That's a weird amount. At least 5. A minimum of 5. And they're all doing the same stuff. So that was Daily Somber. This is Somber Vids. VIIDS. It's the same shit. Very close-up stuff at concerts. Candid stuff on the street. It's the same stuff, all the TikToks we heard earlier with the like boom sound. They all have that. They all have this like caption right in the middle of the screen. It's the same format just over and over again, carried onto every different account, all 5 of them. That's Somber Vids. Here, I'll find, this is one of the videos that they did. So, like, this is them up on stage with him. It says, Somber was hosting a free outdoor concert, and this was my view from my apartment. What even is life? No, it wasn't. That's not your view from your apartment. That's your view from being on Somber's team. And then we have Somber Fans. This is another one that's the exact same shit. Just over and over again. So you have the moment between Somber and his mom after he won his VMA. Like, but you... Why are you with him backstage if you're just a Somber fan account? That doesn't make sense. You're with him and his mom? Not Somber clocking me, filming him watching Dominic Fike. So it's like, it's the same shit on every different account. Here's Somber Souls. Following 7 people. Is that? I don't know. So I was like, okay, that's weird. Why do you have 5 different fan accounts that aren't even actual real fan accounts that are definitely your team? Another one where it's like, casually saw Somber from my apartment. No, you didn't. Can you see who the 7 are? No, I can't. They're always private. Oh, and I'm not even logged into TikTok, so I can't even look now. But when I looked earlier when I was logged in, no, they're all private. You can't see any of the following. But so I was curious. I was like, what do the Somber fans think about this? Have they caught on to the fact that none of these fan accounts, his like big fan accounts, are real? And they I think some of them have. This is the Somber official Reddit account. And so someone was asking, they said, are these fan accounts actually by a fan or Somber's management team? And someone says, Daily Somber is run by a girl named Mia who is a part of Somber's team, but I'm not sure about Somber fans. They've got all the things there. I don't know who Mia is. I tried to look that up. I couldn't find anything about a Mia, or maybe Maya. So I'm like, how does this person even know that? They must be such a huge fan of Samber that they know who is on his team. But I couldn't even, I like specifically Googled like Samber Mia, is Samber social media team Mia, just to see if I could find like a LinkedIn page or something of a woman saying like, I'm Mia and I'm on Samber's PR team. Couldn't find anything. So this must be someone who like is so into the Samber fandom that they just know the names of people on his team that you can't even find with a Google search. Though also Google fucking sucks now, so maybe that was the problem. Maybe I would have been able to find it like a few years ago when Google wasn't so goddamn terrible. But okay, but then this person says management. A lot of pop stars have them. I see them for Conan Gray, Olivia Rodrigo, Gracie Abrams, and etc. It's just a marketing technique. No, I'm not gonna doubt that there are other artists who are doing something similar to what Samber is doing that have like fake fan accounts out there. But these three examples that they're giving, Conan Gray, Olivia Rodrigo, Gracie Abrams, that's not what they're doing at all. I looked, I checked to see if I could find anything similar with Conan, Olivia, or Gracie. I can't. What I actually found, and what I think these fans are confusing this with, because they don't quite understand, they don't have the media literacy to know what any of this stuff means, they think that the Cone World HQ account is the same as like a fake fan account, but it's not. Because all of these artists, that's Conan's. And then this is Livy's HQ, and then Gracie also has an HQ account. So Gracie Abrams HQ, Cone World HQ, Livy's HQ. Those are HQ accounts, which are social media accounts run by people on these artists' teams, but that's very transparent. Like, it says the official fan account. So yeah, it's a fan account, but it's an official one that has like a go-between with Olivia's team. And it even has like a check mark here to mark that that's like an official thing. It's the same thing with like Taylor Nation, where it's like, it's a separate social media account so that these artists can still have their own personal social media accounts where they'll post like personal stuff, but then updates for their merch and stuff come out through these fan accounts, through these official fan accounts, because they're just the accounts of the artist's social media team. It's just a go-between for the fans and the artist, and that's not something that they're hiding. It's a fully different thing from what Samber is doing, where they're pretending to take candid videos of him on the street. It's not the same at all. And when I looked up to see if there were other similar things with Olivia or Conan or Gracie, when I looked at their fan accounts, they all look like normal, authentic fan accounts. They are not doing what Samber's fan accounts are doing at all. So I'm a little concerned with the fact that Samber's fans seem to think that what he's doing is fully normal, because it's not really. There's a lack of transparency here that most other like big artists would be following. But here's the thing that actually concerns me, because it's like, okay, whatever, I understand, do your hustle. It helps maybe with your growth if people think that you already have these like super built up fan accounts, that you already have such a large following that people are doing their daily Samber updates. Okay, that probably helps your marketing. I get it. It's a tough world out there. You gotta do what you gotta do as an artist to get noticed and gain legitimacy, and that's a part of any sort of... If the secret to being famous, truly, is just tricking people into thinking that you already are. That is a big part of it. So in a way, I'm like, okay, do your thing, Samber. Trick people into thinking you're more famous than you actually are. I don't care. Here's where it gets really, really weird to me, though. The content that the fan accounts are uploading is not content that I think that Samber's team should be uploading for an audience of mostly teen girls. There is some very, very weird stuff being encouraged here in terms of Somber's relationship with his fans that he needs to get his shit together and knock this off, because it's just not, it's not okay. So, like, who hurt this beautiful boy? And then the caption says, I need to know who his ex is. You want to encourage your fans to feel vengeful toward your exes and to think of you as a beautiful boy? No, sir. No, 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 no. And this is a common trope on the Somber social media accounts. Who is bro's ex? Can you stop it? Can you stop encouraging teenage girls to feel vengeful for his ex-girlfriends? Stop. They're also encouraging, I mean, we saw that stuff too of people being like, oh, Somber caught me following him or whatever. Just encouraging his fans to have this really dedicated, obsessive, parasocial relationship with him, where it says Somber was in shock his fans were hiding in the bushes to see him. This is not something that your official social media accounts, even if you're not claiming they're official, actually, it's worse if you're not claiming they're official. If you're acting like this is organic content being created, you should not be encouraging Somber's fans to hide in bushes to see him. That's just weird. Like, wow, look how excited Somber's gonna get if you guys hide in bushes to follow him around. Then there's things of people touching him. You should not be encouraging your fans to touch you. And then also, here's other... Can someone explain the lore between Somber and his guitarist? Okay, you want to, like, draw attention to the chemistry between Somber and his guitarist. Can someone explain the lore? You're just now encouraging young girls to get invested in the lore of Somber's relationship with his band. It's just weird. It is weird to, like, encourage your very, very young audience to get this invested in your life like this. It is so strange. And the same thing, well, a similar thing, that this is why we love him, because he, right there, this is why we love him, because he went into the crowd and was dancing as security was trying to, like, stop him. Just encouraging the fans to be like, you love it when Somber ignores all boundaries. You like that. You love it. That's why we all love Somber, is that he'll do anything for his fans, even things that put their safety at risk. And then just encouraging the fans to be sexually attracted to him. Somber looks so good. Wow. Stop. Stop doing this. And it even gets fucking weirder. So Somber being fed white chocolate by his photographer on Halloween was insane. And then look at the caption. When's my turn? You think that that's a normal thing for the fans to be thinking? Is when is my turn? Feeding something to Somber? You want to encourage that and make that like a normal mindset for his tween audience. His audience that he actively acknowledges. is full of minors. Oh, Somber, the way I need you. Who can relate? It's fucking gross as hell. Why was Somber playing the bongos? Low-key attractive. I mean, I disagree. I think he looks like a total fucking dork. But okay, I'm sure it'll work for some teenagers somewhere. So this is where I was just like, okay, no more. No more Somber. This is weird ass behavior. And this is like, you know, everyone's afraid of the word. They're afraid to use the word. But this is kind of grooming behavior. Not in a way where I think Somber is actively trying to have sex with anyone in his audience, but he and his team are putting things out into the world for his young teenage audience to make them think like, I am attracted to Somber. I like when Somber ignores boundaries. I think that Somber is hot and sexy and also funny, and I'm invested in his lore. You should not be doing this with an audience of kids. You should not be. This is so weird for you to do. Especially, it's like Somber fucked up so hard with that TikTok. Because number one, that is the thing kind of that got me into all of this. Because I was like, I want to see why he is doing these like call your ex segments. So I went and saw a whole bunch of stuff about that, and then I just kept going down this rabbit hole where I was like, wait, he has fake fan accounts? And then I found all this shit, and now I'm like, you actually are a creepy weirdo. And I don't even know if you know that you are. I think that maybe you're just so fucking young and stupid that you think that this is a normal way to market yourself to a young audience, and it's absolutely not. But then also in that TikTok, besides just leading me down this rabbit hole, and I'm sure a lot of other people looking into what he's doing and being like, that's weird and gross. Beyond that, it's like you admitted in the TikTok that your audience is young, extremely young, which makes all the things that your team is doing here pretty unacceptable. You should not be trying to trick your audience into feeling sexually attracted to you. It's so weird. And also, it's just kind of pathetic too. If you're gonna do fake fan accounts to make yourself look more popular than you are, can you at least make them look realistic? Can you at least make them not all publishing like the same exact content and have them following more than like 20 people max? Put in a little effort. But I'm sure this is probably good for the algorithm somehow. I don't even know. But I can't. His songs were pretty good too. At least the few that I heard. I listened, I think, to the full album. I don't even remember. And I definitely was like, okay, it's not super interesting. But some of the songs were pretty good. They were listenable. I had fun. And when I saw him at the VMAs, I thought he did okay. But it's like the more and more I look into him, the more I think that he's obnoxious and irresponsible and creepy. So that's why I have him in the flop, in the flop category for this stream, because even though he definitely kind of blew up this year, this was a huge year for him in terms of his publicity, he blew up in a way that it it raises some questions about how he even got to this stage so quickly, and also whether or not it's appropriate to allow him to continue further. Because until these fan accounts get shut down and he stops trying to fuel these parasocial relationships with his minor audience, I can't support Somber. I think he's creepy and weird. Even if the music's decent, he needs to completely change the way that he interacts with his audience for me to ever take him seriously as a musician. Or not even just seriously as a musician, but like, for me to ever think of him as someone who should be in the public eye. He should not be. We should stop Somber. We can't let him go forward. He, I think, is on like a little bit of a hiatus touring until like February. So Somber, I'm gonna give you till February. Get your shit together. Stop doing this shit. Oi. Moving on. The other person that he's going against for this bracket is JoJo Siwa. Now, we are a pro JoJo stream, a pro JoJo channel, but obviously JoJo's public image has not been amazing this year or last year. I mean, she already was getting turned into such a joke and treated like such a meme in ways that were kind of funny sometimes, because yeah, she was cringe. She is cringe. But also it was kind of mean, because it's like, well, that's a young girl who clearly is in a state of arrested development. I mean, let's not just make fun of her all the time. And then this year things got worse with the cheating allegations first, and the stuff about dumping Kath Ebbs at the after party. She had been dating Kath for like 4 months, so I just don't care. But I guess a lot of other people did, or at least they were willing to pretend to care enough so that they could make fun of JoJo and vilify her for something. Then she also got into the controversy over no longer identifying as a lesbian and instead saying that she identifies as queer, and she did say the unfortunately worded sentence, "Fuck the L, I'm going to the Q," which some lesbians did. Or, again, it's like, did people even find that offensive, or did they just find that to be, like, reason enough to vilify her again? Because it's like, I just don't think that this was that serious. She clearly wasn't saying, like, fuck lesbians, I hate lesbians. She was just saying for her own self that the L is no longer an appropriate label for her. That's it. And she said it too. She didn't even say it in an interview or anything. She said it while being filmed on a reality show. It was just a sentence that came out of her mouth. If all of you were being filmed all the fucking time, you would say some dumb shit too. And even when she's not on a reality show, she is being filmed all the time. And then there were the trad wife allegations, which to me were the most ridiculous. I do not understand. Just because she put on one clearly themed outfit once, she did like a themed photo shoot for one song that was very clearly based around Betty Davis. Then people immediately called her a trad wife, which is just the most ridiculous thing ever. This is your trad wife? Do you see what she wears on a daily basis? This is your trad wife? That one maybe, but you know, even the pants. That ain't no trad wife. So that was the dumbest. But for sure, people did have a lot of fun making fun of JoJo this year. which is why she is on the bracket. So, it's up to you guys. Who do we think did more damage to their careers this year? Somber or JoJo Siwa? That is in your hands. All right, already we're at 100% Somber. Okay, we got a few votes for JoJo now. 89% Somber, okay, so yep, we're staying in like the 80s, 87%, 88% Somber, 87, 85, 86. Yeah, I think we can probably call this one pretty early. It does appear that Somber will be going forward. All right, Somber. You win this round. All right. Now, these two people they're here for pretty much the same reason. So, Snoop Dogg, for starters, he did perform at Donald Trump's inauguration, despite previously saying, and I think I have that quote in here somewhere. Yeah, he was a critic of Trump in 2016. At one point, I think he even said that he said any black person that performs for Donald Trump is embarrassing or something. I don't even remember, but he had said something previously about people who perform for Trump's inauguration in 2016. For some reason, his opinion on Trump has now changed. So, he said, he ain't done nothing wrong to me. He has only done great things for me, which I think that is how quite a few rich people feel, because Donald Trump's entire thing is just about making rich people richer and poor people poorer. And if you're already rich, then yeah, I guess that works out for you, huh? Doesn't it? And he said, I have nothing but love and respect for Donald Trump. Just disgusting, just embarrassing. And then on top of that, on top of his newfound support for Donald Trump, he also he made some weird homophobic remarks after taking his grandson to see the movie Lightyear, because I guess it is a same-sex couple. He said Snoop Dogg says he's scared to see children's movies due to LGBTQ representation, as he asks why we have to show that at this age. Yeah, I guess he was taken aback by the fact that there was a lesbian couple in Lightyear. I don't even know what that is. Every fucking animated movie looks exactly the same now. He said, oh shit, I didn't come here for this shit. I just came to watch the goddamn movie. Just stupid. And then his response to the backlash was very funny. He just said, oh, my bad. He said, I was just caught off guard and had no answers for my grandsons. I just don't even know what that means. Just tell them, sometimes two women are in love with each other and they adopt a kid. What exactly are you afraid of having to explain to your kids? It doesn't make any sense. Unless you are just homophobic, which he keeps insisting that he's not, and even has now partnered with GLAAD? I don't know why GLAAD is allowing him to be a partner He said they're using his animated kids show to support LGBTQ families, say inclusion is powerful after Lightyear controversy. So Snoop Dogg has partnered with GLAAD to support Spirit Day, the LGBTQ youth anti-bullying initiative. As part of the campaign, the rapper sat down with The Voice alum Jerry Belote, I don't know who that is, member of the LGBTQ community who was a part of Team Snoop on the NBC reality series, for a special Spirit Day conversation. The two discussed their recent collaboration on a new song titled Love is Love, which is featured in Snoop's animated children's YouTube series Doggyland. I mean, I guess it's nice that you're trying to, like, rectify what you said, but this just, it is so clearly just a PR move that you got backlash. You thought that maybe the climate had changed and you could be openly homophobic. You realized that it still wasn't quite the vibe, and now you're just being like, we'll just make a song about gay people then. It's weird, but okay, I guess I'm glad that he's at least willing to pretend to not be homophobic publicly. Again, I don't know. But I'm not here for it. And then Carrie Underwood fucking did not the national anthem. She did America the Beautiful at Trump's inauguration. It was so embarrassing too, and this is exactly what she fucking deserves. They had their, the music got cut or something. For some reason they couldn't play the music over the amplifier, so she had to sing it a cappella.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed his...
Fuck every single person in that room. It was awkward and weird, and also, it's just so fucking immoral and gross. She stood there next to him. I watched the inauguration. Donald Trump is talking about, like, manifest destiny and being so transparently racist and so transparently, like, fascist. And fucking Carrie Underwood is just standing there just smiling, getting ready for her performance. It's disgusting. I don't know how you can ever stand in that room and feel good about yourself. Even all these other people that were like, oh, we have to be there to show a peaceful transition of power. Go fuck yourselves too. A peaceful transition to fascism? I don't think that should be peaceful. I don't think that we should just hand over the country to a fucking fascist and be like, I guess this is what it is now. I guess we're gonna bring back manifest destiny. It's what the country voted for. And you know what? They handed it to him the entire time, too. The entire Democratic campaign was such bullshit in the first place that it's like, you just let him have it. You let this old man who looked like he was about to die run up until, like, what, 2 months before? And then we're like, I guess we'll just give it to the other lady. They fucked everyone in that room fucked us over. And I want nothing but the worst for every single one of them. And then Queen Ariana, she liked a post on Instagram that said, "Girl, find the note." That's a true pop star right there. And Carrie Underwood is one of those artists who is always like, I don't want to be political. I don't think it's right for artists to get political. And then it's like, well, now you're... We know what that means. It means you're a conservative and you don't want to say it. Because here you are at the fucking Trump inauguration. And then she said shit after that about, like, it wasn't about politics for me. It was about our country. Go fuck yourself. It is absolutely about politics. He's a politician. And a blatantly racist one at that. And you're performing at his inauguration. And she has always had, like, a pretty strong gay following, too. And there were reports that she was apparently frustrated about the outcome of her performance at Trump's inauguration. She was frustrated about the fact that the music wasn't queued up correctly. And she was frustrated by the backlash. It's like, well, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? You thought that you could just perform at the inauguration and then everyone was going to be like, okay, love it. No. Weirdo. Weirdo behavior. Fuck you forever. I'm not listening to Before He Cheats ever again. And good thing that was the only good Carrie Underwood song. It's not that much of a loss. And you know what else? Her Sound of Music sucked. It was terrible. Just god-awful. Bo Bice should have won that season of American Idol. Did we see Bo Bice at the inauguration? No. We don't know where he is ever, because he is not famous. But I would like to believe that he would not have done that. Where are you, Bo Bice? We need you. Well, I guess everyone can now pick between these two pieces of shit. All right, pretty even so far. Carrie's taking the lead, 55%. Oh, 53, 52, back to 53. She's holding that lead a bit. All right, 54, she's gaining a little bit more ground. Still pretty even though, I would say. They are both bad. 54% Carrie. %. I think we gotta call it at Carrie then. We're at 40 votes. She's had a narrow lead the entire time, so I think we're probably safe calling it for Carrie. Unless we've got anyone who feels strongly that hasn't voted yet. Get your votes in. Your vote counts. Counts more than it did for the actual election. All right, we're calling it for Carrie. Bye-bye, Snoop. All right, then we have Lizzo and Nicki Minaj. So obviously with Lizzo, we've talked about it already, so we don't really need to go through all the details again, but the big thing that makes Lizzo a flop is just her continued Darvo campaign against the women that are suing her. So Blue Sky, she went on a whole rant earlier this year saying, I still feel like I haven't shared enough of my story. It may not be a big deal to people anymore, but that was my real life. I was severely depressed from August 2023 to April of 2024, and I even considered giving up on life. Blah, 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 blah. And then she ended with this whole thing. I still am kind of in awe of this sentence here of being a successful artist in this industry is like being in a beautiful prison made of nuance. What? What does that even mean? A beautiful prison made of nuance? Huh? And then she did the whole weight loss Substack, which now I guess there's another Substack post too where she used a Lois Griffin quote. I'm gonna have to look into that. But there was this whole opening paragraph that's just her victimizing herself again. Just talking about how sad she was that people sued her, people that she trusted. People betrayed her. And then, to top it off, she made this weird-ass video, like a week ago, saying that the fat-shaming claims against her have been officially dropped by her accusers, which is like, yeah, okay, they were officially dropped. Those claims are already dismissed. They just dropped their appeal. Literally nothing has happened. There was no announcement that needed to be made. Nothing has changed. You're still being sued. The fat-shaming claims were always kind of the least of the allegations against you anyway, and it was also, you say by your accusers, plural, it was only one of the accusers that was accusing you of fat shaming. The others had different allegations. And also, do we want to talk about the fact that, like, you said they were fired for taking a private recording of me without my consent and sending it off to ex-employees. Okay, first of all, again, it was only one person that made the recording. What happened after that? Did your team hold that girl in a room and go through her entire phone looking for that video that she had already deleted and went through her iCloud in what your accusers are now alleging was false imprisonment? Because that is what it seems like it was. She was literally held in a room against her will and had her personal belongings searched before she could leave. Does the false imprisonment thing seem like it was maybe a bigger deal than the fat shaming thing in the first place? You're out of your mind. And what is this video, too? Like, it's just her standing there just... What is this? This is so weird. Just a weird format for this video. You couldn't just talk to a screen. You had to put text up and just look sad and just twiddle your fingers a little bit. Just a little girl. Try to look vulnerable. Try to look sad. You're so weird. You made a woman eat a banana out of a stripper's vagina. You made a woman pee her pants because she was so afraid of you. And then she had to change into transparent clothing afterward and was essentially naked in front of an entire crew of dancers and other people that worked on your tour. But you didn't fat shame anybody. And what is the point of posting this stuff too? When, okay, you got one legal victory, you've now convinced a whole bunch of people that the lawsuits against you have fully been dropped, which they haven't. What happens when you go to trial? What happens when people realize how full of shit you are and that the things you were being accused of, most of it was way worse than the fat shaming allegations? What is your end game here? Why are you doing this? How do you think that this is going to turn out for you? So that's Lizzo. That's what she's been up to. And also, her music just kind of flopped this year, too. Now, Nicki, there's a lot of other... It's been an interesting year for Nicki. And also not that interesting in the grand scheme of things, because this is kind of the direction things were moving in from the beginning. But it did escalate fairly quickly. Now, my whole thing with Nicki... I liked Nicki when she first came on the scene. I always had a lot of respect for her as an artist. I did pretty early on, though, have some gripes with her because she said a lot of stuff early on that did kind of reek of internalized misogyny, particularly she said a lot of stuff that was like really anti-sex worker, and not in ways where, you know, like Zara Larsson said stuff that was like anti-sex work, but she's using the Nordic model thing to pretend like it's still pro-sex worker. And I think that Zara is probably at least genuine in that sense of like she maybe does respect sex workers in theory, but just doesn't want them to be able to do their jobs, which is still fucked up. But okay, Zara has some backward thinking there. With Nikki, it was stuff that was just genuinely disrespectful and stuff that was implying that she just does look down on people who do any amount of sex work, whether it's like prostitution or stripping. And I always thought that was really hypocritical because so much of Nikki's aesthetics come from like sex work culture. You know, there's a lot of stuff that Nikki does where it's like, you're doing moves that strippers do. And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way. I love strippers. But we have to acknowledge that, like, the way that you're incorporating some of this imagery into your work doesn't really make sense with you thinking that women who do that work are beneath you. I just always thought that was really weird and really, it always implied to me that she was not a friend to other women in ways that became increasingly clear as time went on. So she was always starting beef with other women. And then there was the whole marrying a rapist thing. And not even just, like, you know, all sex crimes are bad. But it wasn't even like a gray area kind of sex crime. It was, what Nikki's husband did was violent and inexcusable. Like, there's just no way to justify it. There's no way of like, oh, it was just technically statutory rape or something. It was not. It was holding a 16-year-old girl at knife point. So, hella weird to willingly marry that man. Then extremely weird to allegedly harass the victim, which is what the victim has said, that she was harassed by Nikki and her husband and pressured into recanting her story because of the backlash that Nikki was getting for the fact that she married a rapist. And then also Nikki would just lie about almost everything. At one point, she implied that the reason her husband was found guilty of those crimes was because he was a black man who is accused of raping a white woman. The victim isn't white. She's also a black woman. In fact, I think they're like distantly related. There was like a cousin in common between the victim and Kenneth. It was just so bizarre to just lie about her race. So that was where I really started to be like, okay, truly fuck Nikki. And then also her brother is also raped an 11-year-old. And she still went to like go visit her brother, was still close with her brother. Her brother is currently in prison. There have been different things of people saying she tried to get her brother out of prison. I don't know if that's true. I'm not fully sure. But she definitely still had a relationship with him after he was convicted. But I was like, okay, I'm done with Nikki from a personal standpoint. If she releases a song that I think is good, I'm not gonna not listen to it because there's something in my head where I'm like, maybe she's under the spell of this man. And maybe eventually she's gonna get out from under it and come to her senses. Obviously that was never gonna happen. Once you marry a rapist, that just implies something about you. But I was like, maybe she's just really maybe this guy is super manipulative, I don't know, and once she divorces him, things will be fine, but I don't think she's gonna divorce him at all, and she's continued to not be fine. So earlier this year, we had her starting beef with SZA for seemingly no reason, and a lot of people portrayed this as like it was a back and forth between SZA and Nicki. It was not. It was really just Nicki attacking SZA and then SZA like responding once or twice reasonably. But it was just a completely unprompted attack on SZA. It made no sense. Then, of course, there was the Cardi beef a little bit later in the year. This one definitely was more of a back and forth. For sure. But still, Nicki started it, and Nicki was worse. You know, Cardi also said stuff that she should not have said. But overall, I was on Cardi's side, as I think pretty much all of us were. But Cardi also did. She participated more than SZA did. Then JD Vance decides to weigh in after Nicki said something conservative and stupid, and JD Vance said Nicki over Cardi. Like I would ever care what JD Vance thought about two female rap artists. What? Not something I needed his take on. But this is Nicki's audience now. She made a very anti-trans post about, what was this one? This was before the other more recent one. This is from November. In a year's birth, not one but two TikTok trends, blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, on Tuesday, Minaj reposted an official White House TikTok video touting all of Donald Trump's purported achievements during the first year of his second presidential term. The achievements included no men in women's sports, alongside Our Cities Are Safer Than Ever and World Peace. The song also featured Minaj's Va Va Boom. So some people, when she reposted this, thought that she was just excited that he used one of her songs, and she maybe didn't notice the fact that there was a transphobic point in there. People were still kind of giving her the benefit of the doubt because Nicki Minaj has been many things throughout her career. She has been an anti-vaxxer. She has been a terror on other women in the industry. She has been just generally unpleasant. But she's never shown herself to be explicitly anti-queer. She's always had a very large queer audience. She's always been she's always been very pro-LGBTQ people. She did a song with Kim Petras a few years ago. Kim Petras is one of the most prominent trans pop artists right now. So it always seemed like Nicki was pro-trans people, pro-queer people, until she reposted that. And then, you know, I wouldn't even say questionable. I would say just downright disgusting. But some people were still trying to hold on to, like, maybe she didn't notice what the song or what the TikTok actually said. Maybe she just reposted it because it's her song. Nope, doesn't seem like it. She then did, the following week, she did a speech as part of like a UN thing where she was talking about Christians being persecuted in Nigeria and propagating this misinformation about Christian persecution in Nigeria, which isn't really a thing. It's not happening, at least not the way that the Trump administration is acting like it is. There's definitely some conflict between the different religious cultures there, but it's not something that where only Christians are being targeted. There's a reason that the Trump administration, though, wants to make it seem like there's a war on Christianity throughout the world, especially in non-white areas, dominantly non-white. And there she is playing into that, which she said wasn't about politics, it was about standing up for what was right, and the persecution of Christians was wrong. Girl, shut up. You don't even know what you're talking about. And also, why is she... Here's the thing. That doesn't make any sense. And it does make sense when you really know what the Trump administration is into. When you know what their actual priorities are. But they have this whole thing against immigrants and against non-American citizens, you know, America First or whatever. They've got Nicki Minaj speaking at a UN conference. Nicki Minaj is not a citizen of the United States. Nicki Minaj has never been a citizen of the United States. She has never even, it seems, actively pursued becoming a citizen of the United States. And obviously, it's not easy to get citizenship status. It should be way easier. But relative to other immigrants, Nicki would probably have an easier time getting, like, naturalization than most other people. Especially since she's married to an American. She married a US citizen in 2019. She's never pursued citizenship. She is not a citizen. She cannot vote in the elections. It seems by choice. And now she's speaking on our behalf at the UN? And for an administration that is so transparently anti-immigrant. But that's the thing, is that it's not really even about the immigration thing. It's about the, like, foreigner thing, like what they feel like is a foreigner, someone who speaks a foreign language. And also people who don't have power. Nicki Minaj might be an immigrant. She might not be a US citizen. She has even specifically called herself an illegal immigrant. She has used that word to describe herself. I am an illegal immigrant. But she's rich and famous. So they'll use her. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Then she attacked Gavin Newsom, and again, just started transparently on her own attacking trans kids. She said, "Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids." And she's got the fucking Chucky reaction image again. And then the most recent thing. She has started cozying up to Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death. Here's what Charlie Kirk had to say about her at one point in time.
Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't think that songs that are talking Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay.
And now here she is at Turning Point USA, celebrating the memory of Charlie Kirk, a man who said that he doesn't think she's a good role model for black girls, which I would almost agree with at this point. I don't think she's a good role model for anybody. But I think that because of what she's doing with these conservative freaks and with her rapist husband, he literally just thinks it because she's black and he's bothered by it. She's black in a way that makes him uncomfortable. He's racist as fuck. He always was, even though he also was like a Nicki stan. Like he knew her music fairly well, it seems. But he didn't think she was a good role model for young girls, and now here she is celebrating him. I have to mute this because they're playing super bass over this, but look at this spectacle of nonsense. At first, when I saw this, I thought it was AI, not even because I didn't think that Nicki would do something like this, but there's something about the aesthetic that just looks like AI. It's like so smooth. But no, this is real as fuck. This is hella real. There she is hugging Erica Kirk on a stage while Super Bass plays. Doing one of these. Just ridiculous. Saluting to a country she's not a citizen of. Yeah, I'll play like a second of it so you can hear super bass. Embarrassing! Embarrassing! So I've got a few clips from this, and I haven't watched them in full, so we can kind of experience them together.
And for young men, don't be new scum. Yes, see, dear young men, you have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president.
All right. Well, first of all, is it our president, Nikki? I normally wouldn't say that to any immigrant. If you're here and you live in this country and you have a green card and you want to be a resident, yeah, I think you should be a citizen. But you've made no efforts to become a citizen. You clearly don't fucking care that much. But now that you can, I don't even know. I don't know what she's getting out of this. But whatever it is that she's getting out of it, she's like, oh, our handsome president. And he's also not handsome. There's something about that in particular, our handsome, dashing president, where I'm like, that is more pathetic to me than any sort of support for his policies. Just degrading yourself, acting like you think Donald Trump is physically attractive. Ew! Get up! Get up and then walk into, like, some treatment center or something, because there's something not right. If you're doing all of, I don't know what's happening. I definitely think that Nikki has some sort of like mental health issues. I don't know what. I don't want to diagnose her, and I also don't want to use that diagnosis to excuse anything that she's doing here. But it's like, you need to figure something out. You need to go somewhere and do something and restart your life. This is just too much. This is too pathetic. There is nowhere that you can go from here if you don't just go somewhere and just restart.
Have amazing role models like the assassin, JD.
This I saw, and I don't even understand what she means by this. She calls JD Vance the assassin, and I'm like, I remember there being that joke before about him killing the Pope. Is that what she's referring to? Or is she saying that JD Vance was the assassin of Charlie Kirk? What? What does any of this mean?
And you have amazing role models like the assassin, JD Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did. I love you. I love you. You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord. And words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because I know your heart. And I will not judge that.
Sister. Thank you.
Unfortunately, that is kind of how Republicans win so much shit, is they have no morals and they don't care about anything that you say as long as you just vaguely support them. They're like, I love this woman no matter what she says or does. And that's how they keep those numbers. But what does that mean? Why did she say the assassin? Was she telling a joke? Was that a genuine slip of the I don't understand. Assassin in relation to what? Is she saying that the only thing I can think of is like, she's saying that JD Vance killed Charlie Kirk to then fuck Erica? Is that the joke? Is that the reference? But then why not follow that through? this mean?
For boys, be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. There's nothing wrong with being a boy. How about that?
Amen.
How powerful is that? How profound is that?
Amen.
Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that.
She went, boys will be boys and there's nothing wrong with that is a particularly chilling phrase coming from a woman married to a rapist. I mean, I just don't think you're, like, the spokesperson for what for acceptable displays of masculinity. Disgusting. 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 And then I've got this clip too.
Again, Charlie would always say, it really does not take skill to be courageous. It takes a choice. It takes a decision. And I want to say again, thank you for coming and being courageous and being able to share your heart with us. And the reason why that also holds true sentiment-wise is because I know that you are getting a lot of backlash from your own industry. What is your reaction to that?
I didn't notice.
Amen. I feel the same way. When people are like, what do you think about them? I'm like, I don't think about them.
Bingo. We don't even think about them.
We don't have time to. We're too busy building, right?
Yeah, we're the cool kids.
Okay.
The other people, they're the ones who are still just disgruntled, but really they're just disgruntled with themselves. They are angry with themselves, you guys. So you can't wake up and think about somebody who is determined to just stay mad. I literally tell them,
girl, that's
stay
you.
mad.
Amen.
Stay mad. Because we're going to stay joyful and peaceful and iconic and smart is determined to just stay mad. I literally tell them, stay mad.
Amen.
Stay mad. Because we're going to stay joyful and peaceful and iconic and smart. And we're going to stay thinkers. In a world that doesn't want us to think, we will think. By ourselves, on our own. We will continue to think.
To say that, like, all of her haters are just mad. You're the angriest person I've ever seen. You're mad about a new thing every day. Things that, like, didn't even happen. You were mad at SZA for no reason. You were mad at Cardi when she didn't even diss you in any of her songs on her new album. You're the angriest person I've ever fucking seen. What are you talking about? And then there's another one.
The utmost respect and admiration for our president.
Again, our president. Girl, you cannot vote. You did not vote for that man. You did not vote for anybody.
He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high.
This is something, though, that I thought this about when Kanye West and Azealia Banks both became, like, MAGA-y. And Azealia kind of flip-flopped, but a lot of times when they were talking about what they admired about Donald Trump, it was that they admired the fact that he was, like, objectively bad and yet was still so successful. They admire the fact that he is able to, like, overcome the adversity being other people pointing out that he's a bad person. And I think that that's very telling of, like, these people who have, and I think especially, like, the fact that they're all, not all of them, obviously there are white Trump supporters too, but, like, when we see these black musicians, like Nicki, like Azealia, like Kanye, supporting Donald Trump, I think a lot of it has to do with their own experiences of adversity, but then they get to, like, a place of power. Azealia not as much, but got to some level of prominence, and yet still got a lot of backlash for a lot of the things that they were doing publicly. So it's like they identify with the adversity that they've overcome, but then also identify with their quest for continued power, and they identify with power. And that was sort of the problem. I wasn't totally shocked by the fact that Nicki made this MAGA turn just based off of the fact that she married a rapist. Because it's like, if you're willing to excuse that, you do have some sort of, like, allegiance to power. You think that people who are in positions of power should be able to kind of just do whatever. And so you identify with some sort of, like, masculinity. Like, a lot of the stuff that she said to defend her husband was just straight up misogyny. Because I think that she just sort of identified with, like, the male spirit of being in power over other people. And I think that's why she also identifies with Trump to some degree, is like, other people have pointed out all these immoral things that he's done, but he's also still so powerful. And that's what she respects, and that's what she wants. And it's the fact that she does come from a background of, like, experiencing adversity because of her gender, because of her race, because of the fact that she did grow up, like, she had a working class background. She used to be, like, a waitress at a Red Lobster. It's like a narrative for her of increased power and increased overcoming of adversity that she identifies with. But it stops at a certain point where, like, you can only gain so much power without becoming a piece of shit. But if you still want more power, you just start identifying with being a piece of shit who has a lot of power. And that makes Donald Trump a great role model in that sense of, like, nothing can stop him from accruing more power. Even the fact that he's blatantly evil. It's inspiring to quite a lot of people in ways that are hard to reckon with.
And your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So...
Well, that's not where you were born, Nicki. You came to America when you were 5, and I think that's fine. But the people that you're siding with here think that that means that you shouldn't even be in this country anymore. But the only reason they'll allow you to still be in this country is because you're rich and famous and powerful. And that's all that's the allegiance that they have. They don't even care that much about the immigration thing. They care about the power thing.
But what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it. But you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny. Until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on, you'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies. And that's not, and it's just not fair. But this administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that. But both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not... Don't you guys agree? They haven't lost...
And that part is kind of true, too, of, like, I think that's a huge part of Trump's appeal in general, is that he doesn't talk like an elitist, like plenty of Democrats do. And then I do think the Democratic Party should learn from that. Be a little more fucking down to earth. Be a little more normal. Talk like a normal fucking person. But that doesn't change the fact that he's evil.
They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world, with the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real. And
I also like that she doesn't even say poor people, she says, and not so rich people. It's like, oh yeah, the millionaires and the billionaires. Yep. The rich people and the slightly less rich people.
And make us feel proud to be American.
You're not American! You've admitted it! You literally said as late as last year, I am not an American citizen. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, girl, it is! Especially because it would have been so fucking easy for you to become one! Compared to, like, every other immigrant in this country? You think that you can't get citizenship status if you tried? You almost certainly could! You just didn't try because you don't care! Oh, yay. Oh my god. But then I saw someone say, what has Trump gone through besides the consequence of his own actions? I think that's exactly it. And the way that she talks there too about, you don't know until you walked in that person's shoes. A lot of people are coming up with different reasons for why she's doing this, that like maybe she's trying to get her husband pardoned. Maybe she's trying to get her brother pardoned. I think that's possible. I've heard some people say maybe she's trying to get citizenship this way. And I'm like, well, why would she try this way first and not just, you know, filing? Why would she not try the normal way first? She's already married to a US citizen. And I don't think she's ever even filed. But whatever, maybe any of that stuff is true. What I think it is, I think that this year she got a lot of shit for shit that she did. She got a lot of backlash because she was acting wild, and she doesn't have any way to actually, like, justify her own actions to herself. So instead, she's just, like, convincing herself that she's somehow in the right with everything and that everyone is just persecuting her for no reason. And then she sees Trump getting persecuted for also being a bad person, and she identifies with his narcissism. I think that's just kind of it. She got not pushed into a corner, she walked herself into a corner where people were mad at her for legitimate reasons, and instead of actually doing any sort of internal work to be like, what did I do? Why am I like this? She just decided, no, everyone else is wrong. And everyone is also mad at Donald Trump, which means that we're the same. Maybe, kinda. There are similarities between the two of you. In that you're both dealing with the consequences of your own actions, but also not. You're also not dealing with any real consequences at all. You're still hella fucking rich, hella fucking famous. Donald Trump is still the president of the United States. So I think that she really does just identify with his ability to be a bad person and not really suffer any real consequences for it. I think that's really it. But I don't know. I really couldn't say what's going on in her brain. Because this is such a bad idea. It's like, you think conservatives are going to listen to your music now? Maybe they are, though. Apparently on the new album, there's going to be a song dedicated to Charlie Kirk. So I guess maybe she will be tailoring her output from now on to cater to that audience. But it's like, Ben Shapiro couldn't even say the word pussy on his broadcast. And that's who you think you're making music for now? Okay. So, Lizzo or Nicki. You guys decide. Yeah. This makes sense. 95% Nicki Minaj. Oh, 96? Yeah. I mean, Lizzo definitely sucks too, but this is something else. We can end it there. All right. Thank you for your service, Lizzo. Yeah, that's what I thought too. You know, it's like Lizzo also sucks, but at least as far as we know, she still has fairly progressive politics. She doesn't have progressive actions. She's definitely, doing some, like, union-busting tactics within her own business, but she hasn't said any shit about trans kids, so there's that, I guess. Alright, moving on, Taylor Swift. Now, in many ways, obviously Taylor Swift is not a flop. She had, like, what, the biggest album of the year? Record-breaking. Fate of Ophelia is still, like, #1, I think, for 10 weeks. But, for sure, her album Life of a Showgirl didn't do super well critically. It sparked a lot of negative discourse. It is, at least according to the aggregates collected on albumoftheyear.com, it is the lowest scored album of her career. So, based on the reviews, it is technically the worst album she's ever released. But obviously that's subjective. Definitely not good for her image in general, though, especially because, you know, there have always been criticisms of Taylor Swift, especially in comparison to other pop stars. She's not as good of a dancer. She's not super great as a singer. I mean, she's good. I don't think she's a bad singer, but she doesn't have, you know, like Mariah Carey vocals or anything. And, you know, her live performances, she dances a little bit, but she's not like a dancer or anything. Her onstage charisma is not, it's not the best of all the pop girlies, but she's always been the best songwriter. Not the best songwriter, but she's always been a very good songwriter, and that was where her strengths really were. So whenever there were accusations of, like, white mediocrity, it was kind of easier to push back and be like, well, but she's not supposed to be able to dance like Beyonce. She's not supposed to be able to sing like Mariah Carey, but she's a songwriter, so we should not be comparing her to these other girls in these arenas. She got to where she is because she's very good at writing songs. When she releases an album that is not up to par with the rest of her work, it makes the white mediocrity accusations gain a bit of ground, you know? So I think there were already some feelings that many people had toward Taylor, and the prominence of her position in the music industry that was already a bit grating to some people. And when she slips and she releases an album that's not great, it just gives people a lot of ammo to be like, yeah, see, she never deserved to be here in the first place. And it also kind of highlights the fact that she maybe is surrounded by a lot of yes men currently who won't, you know, hold her to any sort of real standards anymore, because she's perhaps just gotten a little too famous and a little too powerful and a little too rich for people to be honest with her in her personal life. She also, this was one of the Pitchfork things with their little listicle. They said that the album has more variants than COVID had, which is not really, I did do the math. I did look at how many variants there were and how many variants people were saying they were, so this is like a cosmopolitan list here to kind of show you some of the issue with these variant counts. This one said there's 30 plus of them. When you look though, it's very clear that they're not actually counting variants, they're counting packages. So like there's a CD there, that's one variant, and then that CD is also getting counted here too because it comes in a different package. And it's like, well, that's not a variant of the album, that's just a different package that you could purchase. Same thing here. See, like that CD is being sold with these posters. That's being considered an additional variant, even though that same CD, that's the same CD. That's not a variant. But that's how people are counting them, which makes it seem like Taylor has so much more variants than every other pop star. She really doesn't. When I counted, at least she had the same amount. I haven't counted everybody's, but I counted Gaga's, I counted Sabrina's, I counted Taylor's, I counted Addison's. Sabrina, I think, had maybe like 10-ish, 10 or 12. Gaga and Taylor both had 17 that I could find. You know, it's possible that I missed some, but from what I could see, they both had 17 variants, which is a lot. I do think that's too many for both of them, but it's not 30 plus. So as far as I'm aware, she has a roughly similar variant count compared to other pop stars at her level. Like her and Gaga had the same amount. Sabrina is a little bit newer, so I wouldn't consider her to be on the same level as Gaga or Taylor, but she also is in the same kind of class of pop star at this point, and she still had like 10 or 12. She didn't have that many fewer than Taylor or Gaga. So I do think the variant stuff is like, she's maybe not producing as many as some other, as many as people think that she is. The thing is, though, she is advertising them a lot. She was doing like countdowns for her variants. Like here's like Taylor Swift shares another cryptic countdown after Showgirl announcement. What's coming next? It was another variant. That was what was coming next. So it's like, of course people feel like Taylor is putting out all these different variants and so much more than other pop stars because she's just drawing way more attention to it than other pop stars are. So it's like to some degree, I think she's getting kind of unfair heat for it compared to the other girlies. To another degree, though, I'm like, well, you're the one that's advertising it the way that you are, so like, whose fault is that? So that there's that criticism that she's just putting out way too many album variants. Then there's just her generally strained relationship with the Black community and particularly with Black women, which took a big hit this year with the Opalite song and also Eldest Daughter and also Wishlist, her appropriation of AAVE, and in ways that like she uses AAVE in a way to like differentiate herself from other girls in a way that feels very racially coded and weird. And then with Opalite, the reference to Kayla Nicole on the second verse, not great, which then led to the inference that many people had that she was making a race metaphor on the chorus, which I don't think she was, but I also don't totally blame people for thinking that she was because of the way that she introduced Kayla into the song's context in a way that, again, it's like she's surrounded by way too many yes people. Someone on her team should have been looking at some of the lyrics and been like, oh, hey girl, no, you gotta change some of those lyrics. That's not gonna be good. No one seems to be telling her to watch it at all. She's just kind of doing whatever she wants, and in a way that, like, a white famous billionaire should not be able to just do whatever she wants, because of course she's out of touch. She's a fucking white billionaire. And then there were the trad wife accusations, which I don't think... Do I think that she is a trad wife? No. Do I think she's making a trad wife pivot? No. But I also think that I think that she's so wrapped up in the fantasy of what her relationship with Travis is going to look like for the rest of her life that she just can't... She's just... It's just coming across very trad wifey. Like, Wishlist, I just cannot fucking stand that song. And I hate the message of it, and I don't even think that she really fully means it. I think that she's just really wrapped up in her feelings for Travis, and she can't really see anything else. She can't see her own life in a larger context. And, you know, I do think watching the docuseries, I've had my feelings about the docuseries go up and down scene to scene, you know? I have a lot of complicated feelings about it, and I'll probably do a video on it once the entire series is out. But I did in, like, the last episode or the second, I don't remember, because they come out 2 at a time, so whatever episode it was that Travis was introduced in, I did feel like I kind of understood why she's getting wrapped up in this relationship to the degree that she is, because I think that, like, and I still really do not like the way that she talked about her decision to not do the Super Bowl on Jimmy Fallon. I think she was incredibly dismissive toward her own work. It was especially the way that she put on that voice and then was like, what's my choreography gonna be? I thought that was so fucked up and so gross to watch her talk about her work that way. But I do think I kind of understand now why she keeps doing this thing of, like, well, his career is so important. He's putting his life on the line. It sounds ridiculous. It still sounds dumb as hell, especially watching the docuseries where you're like, holy fucking shit. The amount of work that goes into that tour. And, like, you see her in the gym doing stuff. You see the amount of time that she's spending figuring out, like, how fast they need to change the clothes in between sets. I'm like, it drove me nuts to watch it and think about her comparing herself to Travis and thinking that Travis was somehow more important or something. Like, his job was just as hard as hers, if not harder. Because I was like, your job is insanely hard in a way that Travis, it's just never going to be comparable. And I don't want to be totally dismissive toward what Travis has to go through as, like, whatever he is, a tight end on an NFL sports team. I'm sure of course there is a lot of pressure put onto him, and of course there is a lot of physical labor that he has to perform. It is a hard job. I don't think it's as important as being a musician. I do think that, like, art is generally more important than sports. I don't want to, like, diminish sports completely, because it is, like, it's a thing that brings the community together. It's good or whatever, but it's like, I don't know. I think music is a little more important, but okay, whatever. Ultimately, Travis is one player on a team. You are at the center of an entire business, a multi-billion-dollar business. You are employing an insane amount of people. That is a level of pressure that I think that Travis will never, ever be able to relate to. Ever. So this whole thing that she's doing where she keeps trying to, like, direct attention back to how hard Travis's job is so obnoxious in that way of, like, no, stop pretending that you guys are doing anything even similar to each other, that there's a similar amount of pressure being put onto you. There's not. But that being said, I think that the amount of pressure that's being put onto her is part of the reason that she keeps trying to divert attention back to Travis, because I think that I think that's a way of her coping with the fact that her life is so fucking chaotic and hard. If she can pretend that her and Travis are doing something similar, then maybe that'll kind of normalize her own life. I think that's a big part of it, of like, I need to, for a minute, feel like what Travis is doing is as important and as hard and as stressful as what I'm doing. Because that's the only way that I can contextualize my life in a way that doesn't make me feel like I'm insane. So I think that actually is a big part of it. And I think that is probably also why, again, I don't like the way that she said it on Jimmy Fallon, but I can totally understand why she wouldn't want to do the Super Bowl, why she would want to just be in the stadium and only be thinking about Travis and his game, because at a certain point you get so burnt out thinking about your own fucking career that it probably is just so much easier for her to be in the stadium thinking about the plays on the field, because that's like a form of escapism for her in some way, you know? It's a way for her to not think about herself as Taylor Swift, the corporation, Taylor Swift, the megastar. Now she's just Taylor Swift, the football wife. I think that she probably yearns for that kind of simplicity of just being the football wife. And I don't like the fact that she is comfortable diminishing her role in public to being that. I don't think that that's a good message. That, like, I'm just Travis's girlfriend now, Travis's fiance, Travis's whatever. But I understand more now why she wants to do that from, like, a personal level. I think that was a kind of reasonable thing for her to feel. Of, like, I would like to just be Travis's wife for a fucking minute. And not be the face of a multi-billion-dollar business. So I do feel bad for her. But I also really would like her to get her shit together. What was this? Was this the Super Bowl thing? Oh yeah, the thing about
locked in on what that man is doing on the field. Can you imagine if, like, he's out there every single week, like, putting his life on the line, doing this very dangerous, very high pressure, high intensity sport, and I'm like, I wonder what my choreo should be.
Like, oh my gosh, honey.
Yeah, girl, fuck you for that one. Fuck you for that. But I do understand why you don't want to think about your choreography for a few hours. I get it. But I would really like it if you thought a little bit more about how the way that you say things publicly will reflect on how seriously you take your career. And then there was this too. So I'll let Anthony
honestly
take it from here for a minute. I'm gonna put it up to 1.25. It's like when you're making me agree with a man, with Anthony Fantano over you, girl, you fucked up. He's not bad. He's not terrible. He's just, you know, it's somewhat, he's like Hassan to me, where it's like there's well, he's not. I think Hassan actually is often worse. I think Anthony Fantano is a little bit less bad than Hassan, but there's a bit of misogyny that just comes out sometimes where I'm like, God damn. But here I was like, yeah, he's kind of right about this.
I don't know if you guys have noticed lately, but the worlds of music and politics these days are crossing over in ways that are kind of tough to ignore. Most recently with multiple instances of the Trump administration using pretty popular songs from chart-topping and legendary artists to push their propaganda through various promotional videos or pieces of AI slop, even TikToks and short-form vertical type video. And thankfully, most of these examples recently have been met with very active and aggressive massive responses from these artists rejecting the use of their hard work, their art, their copyrighted material, and essentially hitting the administration with lawyers, with paperwork, with cease and desists to basically stop the use of their work in its tracks. And again, recent examples include that of Olivia Rodrigo, MGMT, Metallica as well. And they're certainly not the only artists whose work the Trump administration has been using to normalize their bigotry, their hatred, and their fascist agenda. However, there has been a weirdly deafening silence whenever it has come to the usage of Taylor Swift's music, believe it or not. For example, right now on the White House TikTok account, there's a bunch of text and propagandist images playing against the fate of Ophelia from Taylor's latest record. And there have been other disturbing and concerning usages as well of the track's father figure as well as Opalite. So the usages are there, and the music is most definitely being used to push a narrative. And again, the fact that this is happening, continuing to happen, and basically just existing unabated is just very curious and very odd given a couple of things. One, not only the fact that Trump has taken a very hostile stance against Taylor Swift on numerous occasions on social media. I mean, that alone should be enough to raise this woman's ire. I mean, she's certainly gone after other people, either in interviews or in her own music for less. But on top of that, Taylor Swift is somebody who historically is known to be pretty litigious when it comes to protecting her music and her copyright. I mean, this is a woman who whipped the entire music industry up into a frenzy over her not owning her own masters and had everyone, me included, cheering her on as she went through the process of re-recording all of her older albums, only for her to end up buying the whole catalog anyway, which, I mean, frankly, is something I'm happy she was able to do. But again, this is something I and many other people supported her in because of the sanctity of the creative process and the necessity that she control her music in the way that she saw fit, which is a position and a perspective that even her more skeptical fans supported her in, despite the fact that Taylor's insistence on enforcing her copyright has been used against people as powerless as Etsy creators, as well as quietly behind the scenes making sure that her and Jack Antonoff, even St. Vincent, got credit on Olivia Rodrigo's song Deja Vu over, I guess, allegedly some similarities that it had with Cruel Summer. So again, Taylor is someone who historically is very sensitive to and aware of when she is being ripped off and when someone else is using her music and her ideas to their own personal benefit. And yet, as the Trump administration does it, she is standing there silent, not doing anything. And regardless of what her reasoning at this point may be, I gotta say, the outcome here is disappointing because it's inconsistent and in terms of her public image, it's unflattering. Now, with that being said, I want to...
Yeah, he right. And this is where, like, she just lost a lot of points with me because it was already disappointing to me the amount that she wasn't making any sort of political statements throughout the entire year. When she was on tour, I did understand that because I thought, you know, there were already some terrorist threats while she was on tour. She is drawing these massive crowds to a point where, like, her making any sort of political statement could be inciting any, like, more violence against her own fans. So while she was on tour, I was like, yeah, I think she probably should stay quiet about any sort of big political issue. She'd eventually endorse Kamala Harris, but for anything else, I was like, there's just, I think that it probably is more dangerous and more of a safety hazard for her fans for her to make a grand political statement. But then she hasn't been on tour at all this year. Donald Trump is the president. Everything's going really, really badly. I would have really liked for her to have said something, and it is especially disappointing when you go back and you watch Miss Americana, the documentary on Netflix, where she, like, came out essentially as a Democrat. She makes that entire, like, back half of that documentary about her politics in a way that makes it seem like this is her new political career, that she is now going to be an activist for these certain causes, like LGBTQ rights, women's rights, etc. She made it such a huge deal that she was now going to be a political artist, that, like, her muzzle has been taken off. And then she hasn't said anything at all this year. It's like, I mean, you kind of just set yourself up for this exact criticism. At one point, she says something in that documentary about, like, it would be so hypocritical of me to be like, happy Pride, and then not say anything about these Republicans and their rhetoric when they're coming for queer people's throats. I'm like, it maybe would be hypocritical of you. Do you want to say something right now? Maybe? Possibly? When it's like worse than ever? And she just hasn't. So that was already just very disappointing. But I was like, okay. I think she is kind of living in a world that's not totally real. She's very isolated from the rest of society. I don't even know how aware she is of certain political issues. She is like in a bubble to the point where I'm like, well, she's probably not a good spokesperson for most political causes. What can I really expect her to say or do? I don't know. I mean, I still think it would have been nice just to like, I didn't need her to speak about Israel and Palestine. I didn't need her to say anything, but I was like, it would be nice if maybe just like some of your merch, if you made it publicly known that like, hey, we're going to do a charity thing. Part of the proceeds are going to go to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. Like, there are certain things that you can do to indicate support for a particular cause without actually having to make a statement. And I wish she had done more stuff like that. I wish she would have just like publicly donated to like a cause that she supported, if she does support all these causes. But okay, she's not obligated to say anything. When the White House started using her songs as propaganda and she didn't say anything at all, that was when I was like, okay, fuck you. That's just insane. Especially given your history and given the amount that you have been upset about other people using your work before. You're gonna let the White House do it? For their right-wing propaganda? You're gonna let them co-opt your music? It is unbelievably disappointing. She could have just like replied to a tweet and just said like, hey, stop. That was all we needed. But that's not what we got. And then the person she's going up against, Mr. Benson Boone, who quite frankly has done nothing wrong. He has done absolutely nothing wrong, but people have been shitting on him all fucking year. All year. So I guess the album came out. It's not very good. I tried to listen to it, and I didn't like it, but I also didn't hate it. There is something about Benson Boone where I'm like, okay, the song's not very good, but he does have some kind of like charisma, right? Like there is something about him that I am kind of rooting for him. That song, the Moonbeam Ice Cream song, it's been playing in a some like a headphone commercial or something, and every time that commercial comes on, I'm in a better mood. When I hear his little Moonbeam Ice Cream, I'm like, oh, look at him go, little Benson. It's very like Freddie Mercury inspired, and it's to a degree where it's like it's just sort of like a parody version of like a Queen song. But at least I kind of know what he's going for, you know? It's like the opposite of Tate McRae, where when I look at Tate McRae, I'm like, who are your influences? What are you trying to do? With Benson, I see exactly what he's trying to do. And I'm like, you should maybe cool that part a little bit. You're not Freddie Mercury, and you never will be. But there's something there. There's something interesting. There's a charisma, and there's something that like he is definitely drawn to from Freddie Mercury, where I'm like, I think that you could pull some of this off. you need to kind of work on your own thing a little bit more. You need to get more of like your own individual identity. But I don't think that that's a totally bad direction for you to be moving in, you know? I think that there's like that kind of Harry Styles-ish thing. He gets compared to Harry Styles a lot. I don't think that he's really, I think like maybe aesthetically he's kind of similar to Harry Styles, but like musically, a little bit. I think that like you kind of gotta diverge away from that, from like you can't be like a hot guy. And it's not that he's unattractive. I don't think he's unattractive, but it's like you're just a little too goofy for you to ever be like the hot guy. But you kind of go into that little a more kind of operatic thing. I think there's something there. I think Benson Boone's got something. He has something. But the album didn't do well with critics, and I don't even know if it did well commercially either. I saw someone tweet this, which I thought was very funny. Benson Boone makes music for reels where a lady is washing a baby pig in a sink. And as someone who watches a lot of reels that is similar to that, I do agree. And maybe that's partially why when I hear a Benson Boone song, I feel a little happier. Because I'm like, I know what this is. He needs a Muppet special. He does, actually. I think he would do well with the Muppets. But people were hating on him all year, including Pitchfork, which said of his Coachella performance, he was horrible, just god-awful, the kind of act that makes you wonder if this whole medium has been worth it. Okay. I watched the performance. It wasn't that bad. It was fine. It just wasn't anything special. He did his little backflips. He did a very high backflip. And but I thought vocally he sounded kind of fine. He was up there with the guitarist from Queen, Brian May. And so it's like, okay, yeah, you are really, really trying to be Freddie Mercury. In a way that's a little cringe, a little hard to look at sometimes. But he's also okay, you know? He's talented. Yeah, Pitchfork has been back on their snark, and a lot of the times I do kind of find it entertaining. I find it fun. Like, even when they come at Taylor, and I know a lot of Swifties get mad, but I'm like, well, whatever, it's Taylor Swift. She's like the biggest artist in the world. She can deal with it. And that's the kind of thing that like I think Pitchfork really should be going after, is like the big pop stars that get their ass kissed in every other major publication. Pitchfork should be the thing that's like, yeah, cool it, you know? Pitchfork should be the thing that's making fun of the most popular shit. But like, what Benson Boone do? That just feels mean. Like that's definitely punching down. Yeah, exactly, like keeping them humble. We didn't need to keep Benson humble. Everyone was already making fun of him. That's just mean. I mean, he did okay. He wasn't that bad. And this person, this TikTok, like, I saw so much content like this throughout the entire year. At one point I saw there was a video of some, like, sports player or something at Coachella listening to Benson and, like, kind of dancing to it and singing along. And then I saw a tweet that was fully serious, saying, I have lost all respect for him. I was like, because he likes a Benson Boone song? Because he's having fun watching Benson Boone? Did Benson Boone murder somebody that I don't know about? Yeah, I know, the misspelling of Freddie. Yeah, it's like, you don't even know what you're talking about in the first place. You just want to hate Benson Boone.
Boone is the Freddie Mercury of our generation. What the fuck? Freddie Mercury wrote and sang Bohemian fucking Rhapsody. And what did Benson Boone do?
See, that also feels like you don't actually know that much Queen music too. You just know Bohemian Rhapsody. So it's like when someone is talking about Britney Spears and they're like, she wrote Toxic, which she actually did not write, but like, when people act like, oh, the woman who made Toxic. It's like, okay, well, I know that you're not a Britney stan.
Freddie Mercury.
No Britney stan would just be like, oh, Toxic. But also, it's not like Freddie Mercury wrote Bohemian Rhapsody on his first album. At like what? How old is Benson Boone? Like 23? I'm not saying that Benson is ever going to get to a point where he can write Bohemian Rhapsody. He almost certainly will not. But like, can we give him a minute?
Fucking Rhapsody. And what did Benson Boone do? Don't take these beautiful things that I got. I just saw someone.
Yeah, and you know what? When Benson does it, it sounds 100 times better than when you do it. So you can't even do it. You can't even do it. And you're coming at Benson
the Freddie
for
Mercury
what?
of our
Why does
generation.
it keep playing? The TikTok web, like the website when you're on desktop sucks. It sucks so hard. But you know what? Benson is taking it all in stride.
It's my birthday! Stop the hate for a day and let me relax. We can continue tomorrow. I hate your music! It's my birthday! Stop the hate for a day and let me relax. We can continue tomorrow. I hate your music!
Here's another one. He's got a good sense of humor about it.
Write better songs. Your songs are trash. You're so inauthentic. You're reheating nachos, bitch. Okay. Valid. I can pivot. I can try something new. Write better songs.
Poor Benson. And then also, this is a different thing, but Mark Zuckerberg dressed up as Benson Boone for his wife's birthday? Rich people are on a different planet. I want to play the audio, but it's gonna get claimed.
I'm sorry,
You can't even do a backflip. Loser. Alright, well, those are our nominees. Taylor Swift and Mr. Benson. Oh, Taylor's taking it. 95% to vote. 96? 97? God damn. Okay. Taylor wins. Taylor wins. Well, Benson, you're not a flop in our eyes. All right, Justin Bieber. We'll hurry this up after this, because it is already 11 o'clock. So, Justin, a lot of stuff with him this year. For one thing, a lot of like drug accusations, people thinking that he's tweaking, which he very well may be. He's been seen in public many times, just kind of generally looking like he's on drugs. At one point, he was seen with what looks like cocaine on his pants. I mean, you can't really deny that. It looks like there's cocaine on his pants. Maybe he was eating a donut? Maybe it was a powdered donut? I don't know. And then he was on stage with SZA at one point, just kind of, again, looking a little bit like he was on drugs. SZA pulling the whole thing together like the professional that she is. And then there were people being real extra about it. They were like, oh, he was, flaunting his drug use after Hailey posed cryptic note about amid singer's troubling behavior. I don't even know what that part is. It's a bong. It's like, okay, yeah, technically that's drugs. but it's a ball. Like, who cares? Who cares? And then there was the treatment of his wife, with him generally being not nice to her. I mean, there's a lot of like video footage of him kind of just being rude, and this was especially bad. She got on the cover of Vogue and he said, "This reminds me of when we got into a huge fight and I told her that she would never be on the cover of Vogue." Yikes, I know. Yeah, but it's like, you didn't have to tell anybody about that. Baby, you already know, but forgive me for saying you wouldn't, because clearly I was sadly mistaken. Sadly mistaken? You wanted to be right? You wanted your wife to never be on the cover of Vogue? Weird. Weird. And it's like, yeah, so why would you even admit that? Why would you admit that? And then just kind of a piece of shit in general. He has been very supportive of Chris Brown, which a lot of people in the industry are. I don't really understand why, because I don't even think Chris Brown is like that talented. I mean, he is talented, but to a degree where you gotta do all this. But yeah, I guess he was stuck overseas at some point. I don't know. And then there was a lot of stuff coming out of TMZ this year in relation to Justin. So they released a whole documentary on Justin Bieber, on his like financial troubles and just general problems, like stuff about his relationship with his wife and possibly still being hung up on Selena. Some of it I think is probably just bullshit. Some of it I think might be true. They appear... TMZ has always been very, very close with Justin's former team. So before, do you guys remember when that clip leaked of him saying the N-word? TMZ had that footage for a long time. For a while before they ever released it. And I think it actually got released by a different outlet first, and then they were like, okay, well, we'll release our version. They got that footage a long time ago and never published it because somebody, a Mr. Scooter Braun, convinced them not to, which makes it a bit interesting to me that now that Scooter is no longer Justin's manager as of a few years ago, now TMZ keeps publishing all these negative stories about Justin, and some of them I think probably are true. Some of them I think are just them continuing to be Scooter's, like, mouthpiece. TMZ clearly has a lot of interest in Scooter Braun. And it is very interesting that now that Scooter and Justin maybe aren't as close anymore, now they're coming after Justin. It's very weird, and I do feel kind of bad for him. I mean, I don't like the way that he treats his wife, and also the drug stuff. I don't care about him being on drugs, but him and Hailey did just have a baby, so, like, you definitely should get your shit together a little bit to take care of your baby. But he also is, like, really being harassed by paparazzi a lot, and he also was a child star. I don't think he's in the best place mentally. I do feel bad for him in some ways. There was this thing that came out that it's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business line, which is a classic.
You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it? You're not getting it.
It is a very funny clip, especially because of the misuse of, like, AAVE. But also, when you watch the longer clip, when you watch the, like, video that this comes from, it is a sad moment. He is confronting these people because they're outside of his house. This is paparazzi outside of his house. And he's asking them to leave because they're disturbing him. He's like, I don't want you here. It makes me really uncomfortable that you're, like, outside of my house with my family, with my wife, with my baby. And then he says the thing about, like, it's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business. And that's the thing that gets clipped because it is the funniest thing that he says. But, like, what this essentially is just, like, him kind of begging paparazzi to leave him alone. And It is sad. It is, like, whatever chance he has of being a better person, of getting his life together, of being a better husband, being a better father, not being, like, in debt to Scooter Braun, not being overcome by some addiction, it's not going to get solved by people following him around and constantly putting him under an insane amount of scrutiny that he's been under since he was a child. It is just sad. And now he's also on Twitch, which is also sad. Especially from some of the clips that I've seen. But then moving on, we have Miss Lana Del Rey. Where did her thing go? So there was already some stuff earlier in the year with her tour, her just generally not having a stellar stadium tour. At one point she came 90 minutes late to a gig. She also, I guess, is like a lot of the set is spent with her off stage or like behind a wall or something, and she's like vaping on stage. It's not very good. And then she responded to one of the articles about her concert and said, "Oh, I think this is the wrong take on the angle for the story." What does that even mean? This is like Lizzo's A Beautiful Prison Made of Nuance. It's like, what are you talking about? And also, why are you talking at all? Just don't respond to reviews of your show. You don't need to. But she's always been very defensive. And then, of course, there was the Ethel Cain attack, which seemed wholly unprovoked, and also maybe a little bit transphobic, or at least, like, it stoked transphobia in a way that Lana should have really thought about and been more sensitive to, but whatever. She does what she does. This was kind of nasty. This was weird. Oh, and the whole thing, too, of, like, I rewatched the video recently, but her being, like, the most famous girl at the Waffle House, and the way that she looks into the camera as she says it, she's like, "I don't regret it." Implying that, like, she took that job at the Waffle House just to be the most famous girl at the Waffle House because that was what Ethel got called in one interview one time. Just demented, deranged, insane, crazy thing for you to do. What was it about? We did a whole stream a couple months ago. I think it's called The Sad Girls Are Fighting. So I do have the breakdown there, but essentially Lana just picked a fight. She said that Ethel had been, like, body shaming her on social media, but then people could never even find the posts of her doing that. There was one post of her using, like, a Peter Griffin gif, and I that's the only thing I think that maybe Lana saw and thought that that was, like, fat shaming her or something. It was very weird. So, like, Lana just picked a fight, is essentially what happened. And then Nicki Minaj got involved, because Nicki saw a woman attacking another woman and got excited and was tweeting about it. And yeah, that was a whole weird saga in and of itself. I hope Ethel writes her own diss track, though. I want, like, interesting year for famous rich white women picking fights and making diss tracks against women with more marginalized identities, with Taylor Swift and the Actually Romantic, and then Lana against Ethel with All About Ethel. Both of them took weird swipes at their opponents, but if their opponents chose to respond and we got a full back and forth, I would live for it. I would love for them to go back and forth. But I don't think they're going to. But here we go. Justin versus Lana. Also, did we talk about how Lana is apparently naming her new album Stove? I think that's kind of fun, actually. I hope she follows through with that. All right. Lana is winning. Wow, 65%. Damn. Justin was mean to his wife. And you're still all voting for Lana. She did kind of flop this year, though. But I don't know. Justin was also pretty bad. But I think maybe Justin has a little bit of an excuse of like, he clearly is not mentally well. It's not an excuse, but like, there's something where you can feel a little bit more compassion for him. Lana, it's like, she did that fully in her own right mind. 69-31. Yeah, I think we gotta call it for Lana. Justin's not gaining much ground. All right, there it is. You put up a good fight, Justin. All right, we have Drake versus Jesse Murph. This will be kind of quick to go through because there wasn't much that happened this year with Drake. At least I don't think so. I don't follow Drake, so I guess I don't really know. But, oh fuck, I'm not logged in on this browser. But the one big thing is like one of his lawsuits against Kendrick Lamar was dismissed. So he's been trying to go after Kendrick Lamar for Not Like Us. Hasn't worked whatsoever in a legal sense. And then also, he like it is just embarrassing. The whole year has just been embarrassing. Like, Kendrick did Not Like Us at the Super Bowl and had like an entire stadium full of people yelling lyrics about Drake being like a pedophile. I mean, how do you get even any lower than that? You lose one of your lawsuits, that's how. But of course he was always going to lose his lawsuit. Like, he should have just don't direct any more attention to it, Drake. What are you even doing? But I don't know, like, how can he come back from this? I'm not totally sure. And then there was also this, I still don't know, I have to assume that this was, staged in some way. I don't know that this was legitimate, but this is some video claiming that if there was a drone looking into his penthouse. I feel like this is probably staged, but the way he threw that flip-flop, that was terrible. And his house looks so boring. Looks like a hotel lobby. So yeah, just kind of an embarrassing year for Drake. I feel like at this point, just pivot to like the Twitch streaming or something. Just keep doing that. Keep doing your little gambling streams. I don't know. I think the being a musician who is taken seriously is maybe kind of over for you. And then Jesse Murph, who released this song 1965 earlier this year. It was like satirical or something, but it wasn't like effective satire whatsoever. It was just genuinely kind of like, what are you even talking about? It's a whole song about like, I want you to love me like it's 1965, because dating in the modern world is so awful that I would even give up a few rights just to date like I'm in 1965. Like, the song doesn't even really make sense, because it's like the dating scene wasn't that good in 1965 either, just because there was no social media. That's all you're nostalgic for? You don't even know what that was like. You weren't alive in that time. But then weird references to like where is it? Yeah, I might get a little slap, but you wouldn't hit me up on Snapchat. Just kind of taking domestic abuse and turning it into like a joke in a way that's just, it's not funny. And the entire meaning of the song is stupid. And it doesn't sound very good either. The chorus kind of sounds okay, but like the verse, it sounds like a fucking mess. I might get a little slap, but you wouldn't hit me on Snapchat. It doesn't, like, the way that the syllables flow in the actual verse, it doesn't even sound good. It sounds messy and dumb. And then there was the video, which I do like the video kind of aesthetically, but it's also just so clearly intended to like be shocking in a way that doesn't feel like it's really an expression of anything. It's just like, it's shocking. Look, in the middle of the video, we have people fully having sex with each other. It's like pornographic. And again, I do kind of fuck with it. But I would fuck with it more if I felt like it was actually motivated by something other than just, she's just trying to be shocking. And then it was like, okay, you did this whole thing. It got a lot of press for a minute. People talked about it. I don't like the song. I think that the song was a bad idea. But if you used the attention that you got to pivot into something actually kind of interesting and to pivot into like a bigger career, I could overlook it. I could get past the one song and learn to like it. Not like the song, but learn to like you as an artist. But then she just didn't really go anywhere after that. It was like all that controversy, and for what? I haven't heard shit about Jessie Murph since then. I saw one clip of her performing Hallelujah, and everyone was making fun of her. And I actually didn't even dislike her cover of Hallelujah. I thought it was fine. But it's like, that's all I've even seen from her since this song came out. So you didn't even really make anything of it, girl. But there she is. There's Jessie Murph. So we can go back to our bracket. All right, Drake is taking it. 91, oh, 88, okay. 85, Jessie's gaining some ground. 82. I still think it's just too heavily weighted for Drake, though. 85, yeah. I think we gotta call it for Drake already. Yeah. You win, Drake. You win. Congratulations. And then we have Kanye West and Morgan Wallen. So Kanye, it's hard to say that Kanye did that much damage to his brand this year because it was like, he was already like an admitted Nazi last year. So you can't sink that much lower. But I did kind of want to bring this up because I forgot that this happened until I was doing some retrospective looks at 2025 events. He went to the 2025 Grammys uninvited. Like, he did not have a seat in the Grammys. He was not nominated. He might have been nominated, actually. I think he was maybe nominated for something, but he didn't have... there was no seat for him. He didn't have anything reserved. So he might have been invited at some point, but then never actually confirmed that he was going, because there was no seat for him. But he showed up at the red carpet, had his wife strip naked. Just fully, she was wearing like a big coat, and then she just took her coat off, and then she was just naked. And then eventually, he had to leave. He had to be like, I think he was escorted out, but I'm not entirely sure. He might have just been asked to leave. But it was just embarrassing, and I feel so bad for her. Clearly this is not a good relationship. Clearly he is abusing her. I've seen people be like, oh, she must like it. I'm like, no, she fucking doesn't. Stop. Let's stop acting like we're not seeing what we're seeing. Which is a man exerting control over his wife and making her get naked in front of people for his fucking entertainment or for his, like, sense of control and power. It's disgusting. It's just like public sex trafficking in a sense. It's so gross. And he just did it at the Grammys. But, you know, again, it's like, how fucking low can you fall after? I mean, he fucking abused Kim Kardashian in front of everybody's eyes, too. And some people still take his side. Because they just don't like Kim Kardashian. Even though it was like he was fucking making her lose weight. He was controlling her wardrobe. He was mocking her after after they got a divorce and she started dressing herself for the first time in, like, a decade. Because he had been picking out all of her clothes the entire time that they were together. It was crazy. And then people are like, oh yeah, this must be how Bianca wants to dress. Okay. He was able to control Kim Kardashian's entire wardrobe. Kim Kardashian, who's like a billionaire herself. Or I don't think she's a billionaire, but like a multi-millionaire. He was able to control Kim Kardashian's wardrobe. And you think that Bianca, a woman that none of you have ever heard of before she was married to Kanye West, and she looks exactly like Kim Kardashian. You think Bianca has more agency than Kim Kardashian? Are you out of your fucking mind? Yeah, and I did not enjoy how much everyone was memeing about his whole thing against Pete Davidson when the whole thing seemed like such clear post-separation abuse to Kim. Yeah, it was. I mean, he had Pete Davidson, like, beheaded in a music video. It's crazy. Oh my god. But then here's Morgan Wallen. So he's also, it's like, he has sucked the entire time too. I mean, he said the N-word a few years ago, and I guess everyone just decided that he said he was sorry. He must have meant it. He clearly didn't fucking mean it. Here he is on Saturday Night Live, walking off the stage, which nobody does, instead of hugging everybody else that was on the stage. Already a weird move for him to do. He then immediately moved to going onto Instagram to say, get me to God's country. Because, like, what? Being in a room full of, like, queer people and people of color, it was too much for you? We need to get you to God's country? You spent too much time in scary New York City? What was the problem? He is so clearly racist, so clearly terrible. And then it's like, it's the same thing kind of with the Sydney Sweeney thing of like, okay, there was the inciting incident that already looks pretty bad, but okay, maybe you didn't mean it that way. Once you see that people are interpreting it that way, that's your opportunity to make it clear of like, oh, no. I wasn't saying get me to God's country because I didn't want to be around people of color. I was just, I was really homesick. That was all I meant. I'm so sorry. Like, you had an opportunity to clarify of like, oh, actually, I don't hate people of color and I don't like that people think that I do. Instead of saying anything like that, he decided to make merch out of it. He made merch out of Get Me to God's Country. Just an unrepentant racist. So nasty. And then at one point, Lana, throughout her messy year, confessed to kissing him at one point, but at least she kind of did it in a way that was, like, not super flattering to him. She released she didn't release a song. She performed a song live that said, I kissed Morgan Wallen. I guess kissing me kind of went to his head. If you want my secret to success, I suggest don't go ATVing with him when you're out west. At least, like, Lana might be also kind of racist, too. But at least she's still... Willing to make fun of Morgan Wallen. And then Tate McRae did a song with him, which she then had to address. So, like, Morgan Wallen is definitely becoming, like, an enemy of the pop girlies. Like, the second that Tate McRae did a song with him, everyone was like, what the actual fuck is wrong with you? Because that does seem to be a new line in the sand of, like, we don't fuck with Morgan Wallen. Don't do a song with Morgan Wallen. You dummy. But then our queen, Hayley Williams, made a very firm stance against him.
The title track, Ego Death, where you say something like, I'm the most famous girl in this racist country singer's world.
I'll be the biggest star at this racist country singer's bar.
You want to name names? Could be a couple different.
It could be a couple, but I'm always talking about Morgan Wallen. I don't give a shit. Find me at Whole Foods, bitch. I don't care.
The line on the title track, Ego Death, where you say something like,
And she was, in fact, she recently did a photo shoot in a Whole Foods, so she's waiting for you, Morgan. Find her. Find her at Whole Foods. And film it. I want to see it. So those are our final nominees, Racist versus Racist. And two people that I don't think, if you liked Morgan Wallen at the beginning of the year, your mind hasn't really changed, most likely. Same with Kanye West. But they are both flops, so they are both here. All right, well, so far Morgan has taken the lead. 80%. Oh, 68. It is definitely 70%. 73. It's moving a bit. 68, 67. 64, 67. Yeah, it does seem like Morgan has taken the lead, which I do agree with the chat here of, like, Kanye's been a flop for a while. This is a long running thing for him. Morgan is more of a recent evil in our lives. All right, 61%. I think we got to call that for Morgan. Not moving too much. All right, Morgan, you go forward. Kanye, you've been evil, so we'll overlook it this time. I'm gonna not overlook it. We are still watching you, but it's like, what else can we do? All right, here we are then. We got two boys. Boy versus boy. I love it. All right, Timberlake versus Somber. Two creepy ass boys. Ooh, so far Somber's in the lead. Okay, but not by much. Oh. All right, 60 to 40. 81, Somber. 75. 74. 71. Yeah, I think Somber's taken this. 74%. Yeah, this might be Somber's. Somber might have a good run here. All right, I think we gotta call it. Yep, 77 Somber. We're calling it for Somber. Good job, kid. You made an impact. That we can say. And we have Carrie Underwood versus Nicki Minaj. Two MAGA supporters. One who's a little bit more open about it than the other. Oh, Nicki's already in a steady lead. Oh, 100%. Just 0 votes for Carrie. You still suck, Carrie. We do all know that. We have acknowledged that. That's why you got to this round. But we gotta, I mean, that is a strong lead for Nikki. We gotta give her that right away. Wow. I didn't even need to let that play out. That was just decisive. All right, Taylor versus Lana. Very similar kind of white woman. A white lady off. A slightly racist white lady off. I do think Lana's probably more racist. But I don't know. I mean, Lana's probably more transphobic. So pick your poison. Oh, okay. Taylor taking an early lead, but not by much. 53%. Oh, 61, 60, 63. All right, Taylor does seem to be in the lead. I mean, I think that kind of makes sense in a way if Taylor has a little bit more power, a little bit more influence than Lana, especially this year. She did more. 66%, 67. Yeah, that's looking like that might be... yep, this is a strong lead for Taylor. We got to call that. 68%, yep. Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, Lana was kind of weird this year. She did say stuff in support of Palestine. So, a little more than Taylor did. Quite a lot more than Taylor did, so... It is what it is. Now we got Drake versus Morgan Wallen. Alright, here we go. Another boy off. Ooh, Morgan taking a strong lead right away. 64%, 65. Okay, 63. Versus Drake. Yeah, okay, 64%. I think we gotta call that for Morgan. That's pretty decisive. Morgan Wallen victory. I don't disagree. I think Drake had a bigger fall last year for sure. All right, now we got Somber versus Nikki and Taylor versus Morgan. Good luck, everybody. Already, again, just 100% Nikki. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, 89% Nikki. 90. 90 to 10. Yeah, we just gotta call that for Nikki. But somebody did vote for Somber. At least one person voted for Somber. So, all right, here we go. Nikki, you are in the semifinals. Then we got Morgan versus Taylor. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. Oh, Morgan taking a lead. 56%, 57, 59, 54. He's leading but not by much. 55, 56. I think we're probably gonna have to give that to Morgan, but it is close, so I'll let it play out a little bit. We've only got about half of you have voted, so 56. 54, 56, 54, 56, 54, 55. I think this is harder because it's like, Morgan is almost certainly worse as a person. I think we can all probably agree on that Morgan Wallen is a worse person. But Taylor had more to fall this year. You know, Taylor took a bigger hit this year. Ultimately, Morgan Wallen, if you liked Morgan Wallen in 2024, you probably still like him in 2025. Can the same be said for Taylor? I'm not sure. But Morgan Wallen is definitely a bigger piece of shit. So, I think he is holding. I mean, he's got 57 and we're at 40 votes with 63 people here, so I think we're gonna have to call that for Morgan. Makes sense to me. All right, Nikki versus Morgan Wallen. Here we go. I mean, I think I have a feeling about how this is gonna go. Yeah, 96% Nikki. Oh, 90. 91? Yeah. I think we can just call that. That's a pretty decisive Nicki Minaj victory. And I thought as much, especially yesterday, once I saw her at the Turning Point USA thing, I was like, oh, she's the flop of the year, isn't she? It's Nikki's year. Congratulations, Nikki. I don't even know what to say. I would say what I would like to say, which is I hope you get your shit together, but I think that's past. I think this is just, this is kind of Kanye territory now of just like, yeah, I think I'm just never gonna like you ever again. I think you're just maybe a bad person that I'm not gonna fuck with. Ever. But you are very talented. More talented than Morgan Wallen, for sure. For sure. But if you're using your talents to make a Charlie Kirk tribute song, you know, it's like I'd almost rather you be not talented. I'd almost... You know, if Morgan Wallen made a Charlie Kirk tribute song, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. What else was he gonna do? Write another song about how his girlfriend is a bad person for breaking up with him or something? I don't know. Alright. Well, that was it. That was our flop bracket. I'm glad we were all here to do that together. This was kind of, I like the flop bracket just for funsies, but it also was a good little test run for the Pop Girly bracket for next week. Hopefully the fucking stream doesn't crash. Hopefully OBS doesn't crash like it did today. But if it did, at least we now know that, like, it will reopen the stream. And all will not be lost. So if it crashes next week, just stay on the line. But we're gonna do, next week is Monday, 7 p.m. We're gonna do the first half of the bracket. So by next Monday, at the end of the stream, we're gonna have the like semi-finalist or the finalist for the left half of the bracket. Then we're going to come back on Tuesday, the next day, 7 p.m. Then we're going to do the right half of the bracket, and then our finalists will face one another. So I do have... Let me take this off screen for a second, and then let me pull out. I was waiting to see what the final two nominees for the bracket were going to be, so I don't have them in place yet. I don't know for sure. I am going to post, because I think it would be fun for everyone to get to make their own, like, predictions in their own brackets. So when I finally decide who's going against who, and I make it final, I'll post it on, like, my socials so that you guys can, like, make your own little charts. But this is what I have so far. It is very hard to pick. I don't remember it being this hard last year, but, like, picking who is going up against who, I'm running into all sorts of conflicting feelings, but this is what I have so far. I've got Doja versus Nicki, Charlie, Miley versus Addison, Beyonce versus Katy, Selena, JoJo, Sabrina, Jade, Demi, Kesha, Ariana, Lorde, Zara Larson, Tate McRae, Hayley Williams, SZA, Pink Pantheress, Rosalia, Doechii, Lily Allen, Lady Gaga versus who? I don't know. I guess maybe Ray. Because that was, who was it? It was Ray, and then I think Billie Eilish was the other one. Then we got Carly versus Bad Bunny, Ethel Cain versus FK Twigs, Chaperone versus Cardi B, and then I suppose somebody versus Taylor. But I might move this stuff around. This is not final. I don't know what the final matchups are gonna look like, but this is possibly what they will look like. But yeah. We'll see you guys all next week on Monday at 7 p.m. And then on Tuesday, also at 7 p.m. Oh yeah, Marina. Yeah, that's who it was. It was Marina. Who was? It was Marina, and then... Do I already have Billy in here? Because Billy made it too, right? Yeah, I think it was Billy and Marina. I'll look at it again. But anyway. Good night, everybody. See you next week. For what might be the most stressful bracket so far, because I'm already stressed the fuck out thinking about our beloved pop divas. Okay, goodbye.